Okay, welcome everyone. And before we get started, it is on. Are we on? All right, well, good evening everyone. Thank you for joining us. And before we get started, a couple of things. We do have seating available at the library. There's an overflow crowd. It's being broadcast there on the screen. So if you would like a seat, you can go to the library. Then if you want to come up and speak, we'll let you come up and speak as well. Second thing is posters. If you're up front, please, no lifting of posters or cards above your head. We want to be respectful to the people behind you. So if you must lift them up to your eye level, I would ask. Unless you're in the back row, then you can lift them up high. All right? There you go. And with that, and then we're going to try and keep this aisle free because we do have public speakers coming up. So if I ask you to move from this aisle because you're not speaking, please do so. And again, the library has overflow seating. And is the lobby being televised out in the lobby too? Not in the lobby. Okay. All right. With that, I will call the July 2nd, 2019 meeting to order. Madam Clerk.
Mayor Silva.
Here.
Councilmember Flory. Councilmember Whitaker.
Present.
Councilmember Zara.
Here.
And Mayor Pro Tem Fitzgerald is absent this evening.
All right, perfect. And now I would ask Father Dennis Chris from St. Philip's to please come up and give the invocation. Okay.
Señor, te damos gracias por tener estas oportunidades de reunirnos como comunidad municipal en un país creado proclamando lo que tú nos diste varias veces con varias voces, a través de toda nuestra historia humana, que fuimos creados iguales, con derechos inalienables. Y de entre ellos, todos tienen derechos de la vida, libertad y a la búsqueda de su felicidad. We give you thanks, Holy One, for these opportunities to come together as a civic community in a country which already at its very creation proclaimed to the whole world that which you taught us many times in many cultures, utilizing many voices, across the whole of our human history, that indeed we are all created equal, with inalienable rights, among these that we have the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Help us, please, to apply these values to our life here in our humble city. We ask you to help us to not remain blind to the sufferings of our brothers and sisters living in the streets without homes, to understand that we'll never have peace in our community until we respond with mercy toward those who need our help. Ayúdanos a aplicar estos valores a nuestra vida aquí en nuestra pequeña ciudad. Te pedimos que nos ayudes a no quedar ciegos a los sufrimientos de nuestros hermanos y hermanas desamparados y que no vamos a tener paz en nuestra comunidad hasta que respondemos con misericordia a los que necesitan nuestra ayuda. Ayúdanos a entender que esta ayuda debe ser compartida, que no es justo dejar servir a los que se encuentran en necesidad, a otros que se sienten y se encuentren también pobres. Please help us to understand that this help toward the homeless or toward those in need needs to be shared. It is not just to leave serving those who find themselves in need to others who feel and frankly find themselves to be poor themselves. Help us to appreciate that the greatness of any nation or any society is measured precisely in its response to the cries of those in need. Ayúdanos a apreciar que la grandeza de cualquier nación o sociedad se mesura precisamente en nuestra respuesta a los gritos y llantos de los necesitados. Que nuestro dinero o otras clases de riqueza no sirven para nada, sino las ponemos al final en el servicio del bien común. That our money and any other kind of wealth doesn't really matter much if in the end we do not put it into the service of the common good. In the end, help us to see all of us as brothers and sisters to one another. And we ask this in all the names that you have used over the centuries, over the ages, to try to teach us. Ayúdanos al final a ver todos y todas como hermanos y hermanas. Y te lo pedimos en todos los nombres que usaste a través de los siglos para buscar de enseñarnos. Amén.
Thank you. And Councilmember Whitaker, would you please lead us in the pledge?
In this first week of July, where in 2 days we will celebrate our nation's 243rd birthday, please renew your pledge to the flag that unifies us all. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you very much. And at this time, Mr. City Attorney, is there any closed session report out?
Yes, there's one report this evening in the case of Orange County Catholic Workers et al. Versus Orange County et al., United States District Court, Central District of California. That matter has been settled. The City Council has unanimously approved that settlement, and the court has lodged the settlement of that agreement. That's our report.
Thank you. And at this time, do any council members have any ex parte communications? All right. I did speak to Mr. Timmons again about employee retention. So on that note, and so at this time we move to our presentations and 4th of July information and fireworks safety. Division Chief Kathy Schaefer and Parks and Recreation Manager Amanda Abarizo to please come up.
Oh, it's Amanda.
Well,
Hugo.
I look a little different today.
Want me to start?
Yeah, just let me find it. Where's your presentation?
Amanda has it.
I know. There we go.
Why is that going? Sorry. I don't know why that's going.
That's fine.
Mr. Mayor, council members, city manager, thank you for having me here today. I'm Kathy Schaefer. I am Division Chief of Administration and the Fire Marshal for the Fullerton Fire Department. So I'm going to tell you what we've been doing to prepare for the 4th of July event here as far as the fire department goes. We've been working collaboratively with the police department as well as Public Works and Parks and Recs. We have placed only safe and sane fireworks signs, 20 of them throughout the city, mostly into the areas coming into the city to let people know that only safe and sane fireworks are allowed. And any use of illegal fireworks are prohibited in the city. So we've cited the Fullerton Municipal Code up to $1,000 fine for anybody who is caught lighting off illegal fireworks, and you will be cited. So we're working collaboratively with the police department on that. We also have zero tolerance signs. They're both in English and Spanish, and these have been placed at the 15 fireworks booths on large poster boards. And the fireworks booths also have to pass out a flyer for each sale. So everybody who buys from them will get a flyer as well, just to reiterate that this is zero tolerance here in the city of Fullerton. Only safe and sane are being sold. We also have 2 electronic message boards, and they're on Harbor, indicating the same. And those have been up for a couple days, and they'll stay up through the 4th of July. We're also having fire patrols. 4 vehicles are being patrolled by our CERT team, volunteers. They'll be patrolling the areas from 7 to 11 on July 4th. And we also have an incident command post that will be set up downtown during the 4th of July event and the fireworks, where we will be monitoring any fallout from the fireworks that for the city event there. Crews will be on standby, and we have upstaffed engine as well. Any confiscated fireworks will be taken to our Fullerton headquarters on Lemon Street, and they'll be kept there in a lockbox, and they'll be taken to the OC Sheriff Bomb Squad a few days following the 4th of July. And Orange County Fire Authority is collecting data on firework-related injuries and related trends, so we're going to be reporting any injuries to them as well. And just a reminder to the community that no safe and sane fireworks are allowed in the high fire severity zones. So even though we allow them in the city in the high fire severity zones, it's on the website at the Fullerton website. You can check out where those zones are, but mostly in the Coyote Hills area, there are even no safe and sane fireworks allowed there as well. So only in the areas that are not high fire severity zones. And we're just want everybody to be safe and have a wonderful 4th of July, and keep our city safe and only safe and sane fireworks, please. And we're going to have people patrolling, and we will fine you up to $1,000. And Hugo's going to talk about the event.
Thanks, Kathy. And with that said, let me back up here a little bit. But for those that may not want to deal with that whole war zone and all that stuff that goes on over there, as you know, there is always this 30th now event, 30th year event that you can go to at the high school softball fields. And as usual, from 5 to 9, not much has changed. And so, as most you know, 9 o'clock p.m. is when they start shooting off the fireworks. And as usual, they go off of the Fullerton parking structure. So definitely not just a show for the people there, but for the entire city as well. So let me just advance here to a few other slides. And food vendors, inflatables, a lot of stuff for kids to do. So if you get there early, plenty of things to do for children and all those types of things, stilt walkers and the entertainment that everybody would expect. Handicapped seating areas will be available. And as usual, just no ice chests, no alcohol, no glass containers, things of that nature, just to keep everybody safe. As you look at the image there, the event is just north of Chapman, right on Pomona, and you see the stage, and there'll be extra seating in the tennis courts for those that might come late. But there's always plenty of seating for all to come. So if you feel inclined, please come and join. Just a little image here of some of the street closures that you might see during that time. This is done to make sure that the fallout zones are kept safe. And so where you see the stars there, you'll see some street closures. I believe those start at 3 p.m. There will be parking at the Wilshire structure, at the Plummer structure, and then throughout as well. Handicap parking will be available. I believe in there somewhere. Yeah, it says those that have a placard could show up to the Pomona and East Union entrance of the high school, and you will be allowed to enter there as well with a handicap placard. Other than that, I think that does it, and we'd like to answer any questions you may have.
I have a question. Thank you very much for all the work that you're doing, and I've always enjoyed these events, so this time I'm honored to be there as a council member, not just a spectator. But I'll enjoy it equally. Question I have is there a social media presence for the instructions that we could also share?
For the
instructions on safe and sane?
Absolutely, and it's on the website for the City of Fullerton website, and if you click onto the fire section, there's information regarding safe and sane fireworks there.
We can share that on our social media
Absolutely.
platforms. Excellent, thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Whitaker?
I just want to.
It's on now.
I just wanted to add that I appreciate the preparations of getting out the word on illegal fireworks. I know there are very many people in the city who are concerned about their pets, concerned about their property, and want to ensure that it's a fun and safe night for everybody. So that's really the intention for Safe and Sane Fireworks, is to allow that outlet so that those illegal fireworks don't need to be used. But I appreciate the posters and the message board, everything else, what's been done to get the word out that we're serious about that illegal fireworks are not to be used in the city. So thanks. I think that's certainly new in my experience, and I'm glad to see that.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for all your time and effort. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. We now move to public comments, and also, is there any? We've got our consent items. Is there anyone out there willing to pull or asking to pull a consent item? I know we're going to pull number 2, and is anyone looking to pull number 1? All right, seeing none, then we will move forward with public comments. And during public comments, you can speak on items not on the agenda, or you can also speak on the consent item topic. So at this time, if you have public comment, please come over here against my left wall here, and let's get. And Madam Clerk, how many do we have right now?
Looks like I have 15 right now.
Thank you. All right.
My name is Todd Harrison, and I am one of the endangered residents of Rancho La Paz Mobile Home Park. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and the City Council, for listening to me again. There has been some hard-fought progress in the mediation with Mr. Saunders. By October 1st, I have to sign a 6 or 10-year lease at a 19% per year increase for the first 3 years. Our negotiators worked hard and got the first 6 months down from 60%. This will still end the residency of most Rancho La Paz seniors. Those that can afford to will move away, not just out of Fullerton, but mostly out of state. The less fortunate, those with little or no savings and living check to check on their Social Security or pension income, will be another part of the local homeless population that Fullerton is already struggling to cope with. Tonight I will talk about one resident, Todd Harrison. Many on the council and all residents of Rancho La Paz are old enough to have seen a movie in the 1970s, Soylent Green. My late father was Harry Harrison, the author of the book Make Room, that movie was adapted from. In the movie, the aging character, played by Edward G. Robinson, can no longer face living in a very depressing situation and chooses to end his life at a government-run euthanasia center. The hero, Charlton Heston, arrives too late to save him and follows his body to discover that the government-supplied basic food crackers, Soylent Green, is actually a recycled people. The climactic end of the movie is Mr. Heston being carried out on a stretcher after a fight to silence him. His last line in the movie has become a meme, spread by people that have no idea of its origin. You've got to tell them, Soylent Green is people. Is the present condition of the homeless population much better? If Mr. Saunders has his way, Fullerton will see hundreds more homeless seniors added to the issue on your agenda. I know some Fullerton residents would like to see all the garbage, even the people in those scoop trucks. Without positive action by this city council, the residents of Rancho La Paz face the same disposable, forgettable fate. Without your help, we will end up disposed of and recycled. Mr. Saunders has become the Soylent Corporation of the movie. You here can keep us out of his Soylent Green factory. As they said in New York, what are you going to do about this?
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Silva and City Council members. I really appreciate you hearing us week after week and hopefully thinking about us during that period of time. I want to thank Jan Flory and City Manager Domer for sending or having Rebecca Leaves come to the park. She's with the City Housing and Homeless Department. She came to explain what was possible through the city as far as helping the less able, less fortunate people to be able to get some type of a subsidy, whatever is available through the city of Fullerton. And it was an encouragement to many that came to the meeting. I also want to share that the committee from the Rancho La Paz Homeowners Association met with John Saunders and some of his staff in mediation. After about 4 hours, we came to an agreement. At the time, we felt it was the best we could do. Mr. Saunders is offering a 6 or 10-year lease with a graduating rate of increase. At the end of 6 years, my personal rent will be, now this is for a lot, this is dirt. We developed the lot, we put our mobile home on the lot, we have about, with the yard and so forth, we have about $225,000 invested on the top of that land. And he wants $1,486 at the end of 6 years for us to live there. At the end of 10 years, the rent will be $1,948. Mr. Saunders' offer was definitely better than what we expected from him, but being retired on retirement incomes, the tenants still will not be able to remain in their homes. Fullerton and Orange County has an unbelievably high homelessness, and unless we can find someone to help us, many at Rancho La Paz will increase that number. We still have no relief from Sacramento. We need the City Council of Fullerton to come to our aid with an ordinance quickly because of the lease. We have 45 days. Once we have the lease in our hand, we have 45 days to sign that lease or go on a month-to-month. And at the peril of getting an Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I just want to start and say I've been heartened lately and want to thank all of you for listening to residents, including the people from Rancho La Paz, and also regarding the Fullerton College Stadium. And I want to thank Councilwoman Flory for your strong opposition to the stadium. But I just have one correction I'd like to make in a statement that you made. You said that the Fullerton College did not work with residents. And as an example, you said that Chevron for 30 years worked with residents to get an agreement that a significant number of people could agree to. And I totally disagree with that. 6 years ago, we had a referendum. The majority of Fullerton voted against that development. You could say, well, the agreement we have now is different. It's only different because of that referendum and the lawsuits that followed, allowing us time to raise money. So what I would ask from all of you is that you say in a lot of areas you don't have any power, but policy is set by the council. In the past, Councilman Zara asked, is Neighborhood 4 on the table? And the city manager said, no, it's not on the table. There's two people in this, or two groups in this party. You can put it on the table. You may not have all the power, but you can work to save all of Coyote Hills, which in my opinion would give everybody a chance to be a winner. Chevron would get their money. All the hills would be saved. The open Coyote Hills people would be happy. Just recently, I went for a hike in an area of West Coyote Hills that I had not been to before. I've only hiked before where I looked down at the Ward Center and it's saved. It was absolutely exquisite and beautiful. I was touched by it until I found out it was neighborhood 4, and then my heart was broken. It's like I was actually looking at an area that's going to be razed, scraped, wildlife demolished, and houses put up there. And the fire people tonight just said West Coyote Hills is a high fire area, so why put houses up there? It wasn't a good idea in the first place. It's a less of a good idea now. It will affect our city just as much or more than the stadium. And so what I ask is that all of you work to save this treasure that we have. Once it's gone forever. And we can save it where everybody is a winner in this situation. So thank you.
Thank you.
I might be too tall for this. My name is Johnny Hodges. I live in Rancho La Paz for about 30 years. I feel like I'm a victim of a bait and switch scheme. When I was going to Cal State Fullerton, and I was a senior, Uncle Sam said, "I want you." And me and my buddy, we enlisted. We weren't quite sure if it was a good idea when we were crawling in the dirt in basic training, having done that, but we stepped up when asked to do so. I came back after I got my degrees and my different certifications and so forth, did my career, never was arrested, never took welfare, anything like that. I always worked. And then I went to Rancho La Paz to retire. They had something called an index that they balanced the rent on the space, and that's something that I could afford with the retirement and pension that I got. And I figured I'll do okay. Family was all there. It was a family central for my family, and it's been a wonderful experience until Attila the Hun showed up and said, guess what? This is a strong-arm robbery. And I really feel angry about this because I feel like I stood up when I was asked to, and now I'm asking you to stand up for us because we can't stand up for ourselves. I'm down here. I have my disabilities, but I'm here to half the people at Rancho La Paz. They're old. They're dying. It's the place we go to spend the last years of our life. Now that's all changed because he has the idea that he wants to use it as a commercial property and said that to us in a meeting one time that I heard him myself. I thank you for listening. I hope that we can somehow stir a lot of compassion that needs to be there. There's a whole lot of values that seems to have disappeared. We need to bring them back.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Danny, and I wanted to speak today about a very important topic because I have noticed that there's an issue with the pantries in this area. Personally, I've thrown away quite a bit of moldy and expired food out these pantries, and something needs to be done right away because I know that at least one of them is open every day, except Sundays, and that means that people are being exposed to they're at risk of picking up expired food from these pantries, and nothing should be on the shelves that you wouldn't buy at a grocery store. So this is a call to hold them to a higher standard. I'd like everybody who has been to these pantries and has seen expired food, moldy food, food that should have been refrigerated, I want them to make complaints as soon as possible because this is really risky. And council, I urge you to do something about this, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Can everyone hear me okay? Maureen Milton, 51-year resident of Fullerton. I want to wish everyone in the gallery and on the dais a happy 4th of July. And just a bit of a note that out of the 241 years of our country, we've had only 16 years of total peace. Now, to my point, to my reason for coming. At the signal that is between the City Hall and the library, the lovely crosswalk, it's a long wait, but so many times when I cross at that crosswalk, people will stop when there is a green signal. And Thursday when I was at a class, two people stopped and then 3 people stopped behind them when the signal was green. How can that be handled? Because as everybody knows, I don't walk, I hobble, and you can't cross when the red hand is up. And I usually have to point and say, I can't go. So how can that be handled? Because I hate to keep traffic tied up. And I just wondered if there was a sign or something that could be put up. And I thank you so very much. And again, I wish you all a happy 4th. And be safe. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Hildy Reese, and this is my 3rd visit to your wonderful council meeting. My issue seems very small compared to what everybody else has been sharing already, so I'll be brief as I can be. I have been suffering from spider, mosquito, flea, whatever. I don't know what they are, but whatever they are, they're really itchy. And it's been an ongoing problem, and I don't know if the problem is the gutter water out in front of my house. But I did a little research today, and they said at the apartment house down on the corner that owns both the building on the left and the right on Malden. That's where the water seems to be coming from, and it just stagnates in front of my house. And I don't know what can be done about it, but the lady at the rental leasing office said that that the city washes out the parking structure, which is a city parking structure on the 1st level, because there's a lot of homeless in there and they pee in there. So this homeless problem is it's not going to go away easy. In fact, it's probably not going to go away till the end of the world. But anyway, I encourage all of you, even those in the audience, to make sure you're on board with the Lord, because this kind of sounds to me like it's heating up. And the enemy, Satan, is out to steal, kill, and destroy. And Jesus is here to help us have life and more abundant life. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Roy Reeser. I'm a 48-year resident of the city of Fullerton. I'm here to talk to you tonight about the homeless camp that is on Gilbert between Valencia Drive and Carroll Drive. This camp is a local disgrace to this city. I'm not going to demonize those folks that are struggling with addiction and or mental illness. That's not my purpose. I'm asking this council to demonstrate courage and civic pride to put an end to this camp. It can be done. My city is suffering the consequences of Assembly Bill 109, Prop 47 and 57, as are many other cities in the state. All of these have handicapped law enforcement from intervening. Add that, and the city is, I believe, gun-shy after the Kelly Thomas incident, and the lawsuits and the payments, etc. Many drug or drug-related crimes are now either legalized or decriminalized as a result of those three laws. As a result, many addicts have continued to spiral downward until they land in my neighborhood. I don't know if they're in your neighborhood, but they're in mine. Some have themselves become victims of crime as a result of their living on the streets. While many commit crimes, both petty by the new standards, and some very horrific, in order to support their current lifestyle. I believe from my observations of this camp that most hold no type of job. I've been around that camp several times during the day, and it's the same individuals. They haven't moved. They're still there. Well, you can't do that if you're working. Why must my neighborhood be the recipients of their used needles, empty bottles, vomit, urine, and feces? And it's all happening. I no longer feel protected by the local city government, both police and city council. I don't feel like our West Fullerton voices are being heard. I know that either San Clemente or San Juan Capistrano put together a gravel lot and moved all the homeless away from the Amtrak station. Moved them there. The city provided basic services for them. We have a lot over here on Basque and Commonwealth. Use it.
Thank you. And if you're going to address, Mr. Reese, thank you. But if anyone else is going to address the homeless, we do have an item, first item coming up. So I didn't stop Mr. Reese. But if anyone else is going to speak on homelessness, please wait until our regular item comes up. All right? Thank you. Next.
Buenas noches, miembros del concilio. Mi nombre es Verónica Morán y vengo por fuegos ilegales. Les pido, por favor, que me ayuden a tener cero.
Okay, good. Hugo, you want to take it?
Please. Gracias.
Good afternoon. She is here to speak regarding illegal fireworks.
And she is Verónica Morán, right?
Yes.
All right.
Mi nombre es Verónica Morán y les pido, por favor, que me ayuden. Vengo a hablar por los homeless, por las personas veteranas, por los ancianos, por los niños y por las personas discapacitadas.
She's here to speak on behalf of homeless, seniors, children, and people with handicap.
Este es un estrés extra a todo lo que tenemos los habitantes de Fullerton, ya que es imposible dormir si los fuegos ilegales están de 8 de la mañana a 5 de la mañana.
As it is, there are already many stresses that they have to deal with, and on top of that, to have to deal with the sound of fireworks, explosions, etc., adds to it.
Les pido, por favor, cero tolerancia a esto, que ya acabemos con eso. Tenemos años, más de 3 años con este problema. Por favor, implementen tickets, lo necesario, enforzar la ley. Les pido enforzar la ley por la tranquilidad de todos. Gracias.
She asks that you have zero tolerance on this, and that perhaps you could move forward to do something about this.
Right. Thank you. Gracias.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes, Jesús Silva y miembros del concilio. Mi nombre es Alma Chávez y soy residente de Fullerton.
Good afternoon, Council. Her name is Alma Chavez.
Estoy aquí por los juegos ilegales también. En la área donde yo vivo tienen una semana que empezaron los cohetes.
She's here also on behalf of the fireworks issues. Since a week ago, the fireworks have already commenced.
Y apenas todavía faltan 2 días para el 4 de julio. ¿Qué vamos a esperar para ese día?
And still, there's another 2 days until the 4th of July, so what can we expect in the next 2 days and up until the 4th?
Y estoy aquí también porque tengo una perrita y es estresante que todo el día está llorando, no puede estar en el patio porque está en los juegos todo el día. Gracias y que pasen buena noche.
And then she has a pet, a dog at home, and that's also stressful to deal with. And thank you very much for listening.
Gracias.
Good evening, Honorable City Council members. My name is Ashley Herr. I am a senior at Los Alamitos High School.
My name is Aiden Vischer. I'm a junior at La Habra High School.
We are here on behalf of Youth Leadership America, commonly known as YLA. We are a nonprofit, student-run, student-led organization. We did bring brochures for the City Council members that serves to develop students' interpersonal skills, including public speaking skills and networking skills. We have approximately 100 members from over 40 different high schools across Orange County. We do emphasize diversity in our program because we do believe it is extremely important to be able to work with students or just people in general from different backgrounds, ethnicities, work ethics. Additionally, we have an extensive network that allows us to connect our students with community leaders, educational leaders, and businessmen so that the students in our program can apply the skills they obtained through our workshops and through our speakers, which include Elaine Swan and Houston Kraft.
All right. Okay. So a big part about YLA is the CIP projects, which we have, which stand for Community Impact Projects. And so there's different topics for the associates to talk about, such as supporting veterans, mental health, unsung heroes, such as so that's like recognizing teachers, firemen, and women, and those sorts. So I had the pleasure of being able to be on the senior citizens half of the CIP projects. And so my associates and I got to go to Sunnycrest Senior Living and by Sunny Hills. And so we got to basically host board game nights and paint with them. And we even held a live jazz night for them. So I don't know if you guys know, but they got some moves. So that's pretty cool. And so our goal basically was to bridge the gap between these fun and young and loving people with the youth. And so at the end, we have CIP presentation night where all the associates are able to practice their public speaking skills as well as give a presentation on their report with the CIP process throughout the year. And so that's a good wrap-up. And so the reason why we're here is because we want to promote YLA, to expand the program to new cities, and to have a more diverse group of students. And so we want to create connections with this honorable board so that in the future we can use your experiences and connections to benefit YLA in ways otherwise impossible. And so for those interested, on August 17th, we'll be hosting an informational night. It'll be in the Fullerton district area, but it will basically be talking about YLA and go more into depth about it. So thank you for your time.
I have a quick question. Are you the parent organization for youth leaders of Orange County? Because there's another group.
No, we're a separate organization.
It's a separate.
Yeah, we're Youth Leadership America.
Okay. Well, either way, you both do great work. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bravo.
Hi, my name is Dorothy Marr, and I've lived in Fullerton for 34 years, and I'm here to talk about the conditions of our streets in my neighborhood. Recently, they slurry sealed some of the streets, but they didn't do our street, and our street's falling apart. And we have a new neighbor who just moved in, and they said, "What's going on with the streets up here?" And I said, well, this summer, I'm a teacher, so I'm off in the summer. And I said, this year, I'm not going to just sit back and not say anything. So I researched what was going on in my neighborhood, and our streets haven't been repaved or slurry sealed for over 20 years. But the other streets all got slurry sealed 3 times now in those 20 years. I don't know why my street's not getting it done. I talked to the engineers. They said now my street is so damaged that they can't slurry seal it. So instead, now I have to wait for more funding because slurry sealing just came back, and our streets are too damaged for the slurry seal. So somehow, he said, the council's going to have to find more money. And it's hard enough that you found money for the slurry seal. Now you got to find more money because my street, and it isn't just my street, it's several streets around my neighborhood, they're crumbling. My car, I drive over those streets every day, which means that my vehicle gets more damaged. And so I want to know, or I would like somebody to contact me and tell me how we're going to work on this, because I pay my taxes. I've paid them ever since I've lived here, and my streets are really bad. And if you want proof, I'll take pictures and send them to you. Thank you for listening to my concerns.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Jensen Hallstrom, and just one moment as... let's see here. Okay. So, clearly, my concerns at this point are very clear, if you haven't figured by now, and I know that they may be and I know that my concerns may be a little repetitious, at this point, but I feel that this is a conversation and a discussion that has largely been unheld still. So I would like to share some photos to inform of hazards on Jacaranda Place. Jacaranda trees are still being planted under utility lines. You can see a young, newly planted tree to the left and an older one to the right. Now, these present hazards as, it's still being determined whether the campfire was caused by a downed tree branch, near a power line that could have exposed, live wires to dry grass and sparked a fire. So these are inherently the wrong species of plants to be placing under utilities. So I'm unsure why we're continuing this practice. And also, tree topping is very rampant in Fullerton. This is basically a practice of pruning that severely cuts back all the growing tips of a tree, which will eventually lead to decay. And this could be, usually used as an attempt to reduce or contain the size of a tree canopy, but eventually it leads to problems in the long term. And you can see cases, a close-up of improper pruning here, where branches are indiscriminately cut back to stubs that leave large open wounds that cannot compartmentalize, and eventually the tree, seeing this damaged branch as not being very resourceful, providing the tree with photosynthesizing leaves, will likely drop the branch without warning. And you can see here, topping trees is not the solution when they're planted under utility lines. So, and also some of our newly planted trees are leaning ridiculously. The tree to the left has been planted over 10 years ago, and then to the right you see a proper specimen. Also, very shallow roots from sprinkler irrigation, which is a very shallow form of irrigation, leads to hardscape damage more quickly. You can see natural branching to the left and topping to the right. And also, even down harbor, we have dead branches on the floss silk trees that have fallen into the street and the sidewalk during the day, and extremely dangerous. So we need to improve our tree management practices.
All right. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. As a member of Rancho La Paz, I'm here to speak to you that we need more time and we need your support. There's presently a bill on the Senate floor, AB 1482, that would be supporting the people that are before you. I've watched my neighbors for the last 5 months get sicker and sicker, ambulances coming in. They are scared to death. Some of them are bedridden. Some of them are suffering right now from cancer. So they don't have the strength to come in here and fight. It's up to us to fight for them. I know that he owns the property, that under the laws that he can do whatever he wants with the property, but he can't terrorize the residents there. They're at his mercy. If they don't sign the rent, they'll be increasing the rent every 6 months. And at that point, some people will not even make it for the first increase, let alone 6 years from now, let alone 10 years from now. So if we could buy some time, get more people to be able to assist them legally, create a tactical team to go up to Sacramento. The governor today made an announcement that he has $1.7 billion to help the cities in California to deal with the homelessness problem. But you've got 5 senior parks, and once you let this gentleman do whatever he wants to do in terms of the rent, you're going to have 4 other parks following suit, and you're probably going to have over a couple thousand seniors out of a home. So I really urge you to take a look that this isn't a Rancho problem. This is a mobile problem that's going to be throughout California, let alone Fullerton. So, they've done nothing wrong except age. And it's up to us to stand behind them and let them know that we're behind them, that, that they can rest at ease in their golden years. Because we're a great community. And we need to attract good business people that have good moral ethics, because they're out there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. I am Lonnie Marquina. I'm a resident of Rancho La Paz. I'm here to remind you, as many of my other residents have, of why we need your help. We know you can't fix this. We know you can't. We've done our part to slow Mr. Sanders down. We need you to do your part to slow him down as well. There's way too many moving parts here for this to be left alone for a raise increase of October 1st. New residents coming in will actually pay double what the original rent was before he got there, because they will now face an increase in another 6 months. They'll face a substantially high increase. We're asking for time, just as our last speaker said. There is a way to kind of look this over, give yourself an opportunity to remember why we're here. I remember a lot of things about Fullerton. Specifically, it's got a baseball team that just beats the heck out of everybody. I remember Anaheim because it has Disneyland. But I'd rather remember Fullerton for Jan Flory, Bruce Whittaker, Jose Silva, Sarah. I'd rather remember the city for the action that they took to take care of their seniors, be the leaders that they strive to be. This is your Rosa Parks moment. This is what you ascended for. This is what you were meant to do. People will follow you. You will lead them. And the seniors and the community will be grateful beyond belief. In closing, I have a comment from our mayor. I guess the will of the people does allow for shifts to happen at the last moment. We are at the last moment. We are out of moments. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there any other public speakers? Seeing none right now, we'll bring you back here, and I'll ask the city manager to respond to any issues that have arisen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Just per the direction from the council, when the Rancho La Paz issue first came up, we will be bringing this item as an update on the 7/16 meeting. And I know that the city attorney's office has been looking at some things, so we'll have an opportunity to discuss some items at that time.
Mr. Manager, sorry to interrupt. Will the items be just a discussion, or will there be any actionable items?
The item will be addressed that we will take action from the council as directed. So I'm not sure at this time if there's going to be any recommended actions as far as one item over the other. I do know that in conversations with the city attorney's office, we're looking at a couple different features that other cities have had, so we'll bring those forward. But it will be situated such that if the council decides to direct action, we can take action on an item.
It was a couple of months ago that I think this is not on.
Yeah, it's on. I think it's
No, it's on, but I know I'm not being heard. Anyway, a couple of months ago, I had asked. Now it's on. Had asked that our city attorney provide the council with a memorandum of the options that could be taken, and what I was contemplating was something along the lines of moratorium, a strategy wherein a park owner who causes losses has to make his tenants whole. I mean, what was really, really striking to me is the number of sales that have escalated in Rancho La Paz. I understand that prior to Mr. Saunders purchasing the park, that there was one sale, and that as of 2 weeks ago, there were over 40 units for sale. I sympathize because I have a mobile home out in the community of Earp in California, which is across the river from Parker, Arizona. And I know that if our rents were to be increased like that, we would not be able to move our mobile homes. These mobile homes are anything but mobile. I have yet to see a memorandum, and I'm a little bit confused as to whether or not the Homeowners Association has actually signed an agreement or not.
No.
Okay, so there is no signed agreement yet. So in 2 weeks, we will be discussing this issue. Is that correct?
Well, the hope was, yes, we'll be discussing that issue, and part of it was to wait for that mediation process between the owner and the tenants to get over with. So I don't know when there is a potential vote by the Homeowners Association. I don't know if June.
May I speak?
Well, it was my impression that it was this council's taking this matter so seriously that a mediation actually occurred, because prior to that, it has been said in this chamber that the owner was not disposed to meet with the homeowners, let alone actually negotiate with them. So it seemed to me that if we had a memorandum and we're able to discuss options early on, that might bring some pressure to bear on the new owner.
It was non-binding and he didn't sign anything.
Okay.
That's why we got as far as we have.
All right. So to me, it's very important to see that. I'm not a fan of rent control. I will tell you that right now, but I think there are other strategies that can be equally effective. But we just need to be.
Please note that the mediator stated to us verbatim, what is your leverage?
Yeah.
All right.
We have none.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So I think, City Manager, you have direction for me. I'd like to see a memo as quickly as possible, and I would like to see some alternatives presented to us that we can act on in 2 weeks. If nothing else, at least put it on the next agenda.
Yeah, we have been working with the attorney's office and myself also to find options, and we have been waiting to see what would happen with the mediation, and that just occurred last week. And so yeah, we've at least in speaking with the attorney, we were looking at various options, but again, with the hope that something would happen that was favorable to everyone from these mediations. But so when we bring it back on the 16th, my understanding was we're going to have options, various options, and see what would work best. And I think now that they've had mediation, now we can go forward and present the mediation option that was the outcome versus all the other ones.
And the briefing to include other ordinances that cities have enacted to deal with this issue.
Yes.
And it's a shame that we're dealing with this because our state legislature is not dealing with this. So, anyway.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Mr. City Manager?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Continuing on, Maureen, I'll get more information from you on the green light issue, or the walking signal. On the mosquitoes, yes, we are getting information from the Vector Control District. It is the season again for the mosquitoes. So we ask that they have a program of tip and something, just tip over all the cans and anything that would have water. We'll get information on our website if we don't already. But it is important to make sure that anything in your backyard that has collected water, be it from a sprinkler or anything, one of the issues with us street sweeping also, and why it's important to move cars off the street, is the sweeper itself on a weekly basis does disturb the mosquito cycle of going through. And so it is... we do ask that, even though we may not enforce the street sweeping in various places, please remove your car from the street during those posted times. On the street issues, on the slurry, we are the City Council has directed our Infrastructure and Natural Resources Commission to start looking at the infrastructure to include streets. So those are open meetings. They are advertised on the website, and how many times are they meeting a month now? They're meeting twice a month. They are open to the public during the morning, so we do ask for your attendance. At the next meeting also will be a more detailed update on streets and infrastructure and the conditions of the streets. That's our next meeting too, yes.
Along that line too, I had asked several months ago for staff to put together a one-page summary of why it is that our streets are in the condition they are in. My neighborhood, I had a date with Councilmember Zara last week, and he drove me back home, and I ran him around our neighborhood to see that the asphalt is coming up in big chunks down to the ground in my neighborhood as well. It was subdivided in the early 1920s, and so it's one of the older neighborhoods. So we're all experiencing this. Every person up on this dais is also driving down the streets, and we are no different from the other streets around us, let me tell you. This is something that is going on all throughout California, so it is something that needs to be attended to, but there are financial reasons why it has not been attended to and why it's going to be a while before we actually do something, even though this council has very recently beefed up its funding to deal with the street issues. There is also a spot on our website, on our city website, with a calendar of what streets will be dealt with next. Keep in mind also that we're attempting to do 6 miles of street reconstruction per year, but there is only just so much street reconstruction that the public will tolerate when they run into closed streets and arterials and are delayed getting from point A to point B because of the construction. So I still would like to see that staff report, which can inform people, where does gas tax money go? How much does the city get? How much do we need? What is our deficit, et cetera?
And thank you for bringing that up. That's one of the purposes of working with the NRAC, is to collect some of those questions. We will be having more information for the next meeting. I don't know if we can keep it to one page as to why our streets are in the condition, but we'll do our best on that because it is a serious issue. A couple other things, Mr. Mayor, members of council. On Thursday, July 11th from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the public library here, the Registrar of Voters is planning extensive educational efforts and outreach to the public on the changes to the voting system coming. That includes community workshops, which this is one. This is all about the vote center concept that is moving out. So they are moving towards the vote center, so there'll be fewer voting areas, but open longer and more access for folks. So this is one of their first community workshops, specifically in Fullerton. It is on Thursday, July 11th, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. here at the Fullerton Public Library next door.
If I could just tag on to that, there's more information at ocvote.com.
Yeah, very easy to remember that one, ocvote.com. And lastly, just want to welcome 3 new employees to the City of Fullerton. Dominic Esposito, junior engineer with our Public Works Department, Ryan Dexter, police officer trainee, and William Lawson, who is new to us as a code enforcement officer. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And just on one of the items with the gutter water, a few years, well, more than a few years ago, my neighbor had that issue, and then it was during the summer, and we were getting the water there being stagnant for a long time. The city came out and actually kind of grinded out some of the gutter so it can allow the water to flow. Is that still a part of our program?
That is something we can do, because one of the things with a mature tree urban forest, we do have uplifts which create that ponding, and so they can go out there, look at it. We do have money in the budget this year for more cement work, which is the curb and gutter repair. The street sweeping does help. And also, quite frankly, if it comes down to it and you do notice it, if you take a broom to it in the front of your house, just make sure that water is not running. Also, some of the things that contribute to the water is, quite frankly, overwatering of your lawn and leaving your sprinklers on too long, maybe adjusting the heads, making sure that they're back onto your property, not going into the street. So all those little things that can contribute to not having breeding grounds.
Right. Well, because I remember I used to sweep my front street and my neighbors, and I did it every week. But the city did come out, and again, they just grinded some of the gutter. They didn't replace anything. They just grinded like a little path, and the water was able to flow. So maybe we can look at that.
Mr. Manager, is there a way? I think this was brought up a couple council meetings ago. Is there a way to sort of assess and prioritize where we have these issues in the city? Is there a way to sort of make a list of or collect data on where these are, and that way we can address some of the more serious ones?
There is a way, and we do have a priority list, and that goes into our curb and gutter every single year that we do it. So if people have reports to give to us, please, that helps us compile that list.
Okay.
All right, thank you. If there's nothing, we will now. Council reports. Here I am. Council reports. Mr. Azara.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and happy 4th, everyone. I do want to bring up just a couple of additional items that were brought up here. The issue of the expired food at the pantries. I know this is, I'm not sure if we have jurisdiction over this, but it would be wonderful if our housing department would reach out to some of the nonprofits that are working in our city and make sure that everything is kosher with their food and coordinate with that. So I would...
We'll look into it.
Yeah, ask for that. As far as I know, Ms. Prado brought up AB 1482. It's a bill by Assemblymember Chu, and it's a tenant rent cap. And I actually would like to ask if I can get a second to agendize this for potential support from our council for that bill. And if I can get a second for that.
That doesn't cover mobile home parks, though, right?
It unfortunately doesn't.
Right. So
it does not cover mobile home parks, but it is a valid bill that is gaining a lot of support. Has gone into the Senate at this point, passed Assembly by 3 votes, and something I've been paying attention to. It's getting support from the building industry, from the realty industry. Has sort of stayed neutral on it at this point, which is sending a good signal. It is a temporary, it has a sunset of 3 years, but it will, the idea behind it is to allow for housing to be built in our state to meet the needs so we can stabilize our housing market, and while putting a temporary cap on rent so that it doesn't go up faster than what our housing stock is increasing. So I'd like us to at least consider reviewing it and see if there's a potential for having our city support it.
So do we need to put that on the agenda? Because it is part of our legislative package, right?
That's my understanding. It's already part of your legislative package. You can if you want to. But I do think it's important to emphasize this is not a mobile home park.
No, it's not. It is not.
Okay.
But because it was brought up, I thought I'd lead with this and see if I can get a second to. I have a second from. Thank you, Ms. Flory.
So second to put it in the agenda and
agendize it and have a discussion on this particular item.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Now, I'd like to. It's been a very active 2 weeks, and so in the interest of time, I will not go through all the events, but I will kind of list them. And we had wonderful events throughout the city. We had the Day of Music, which I want to give the shout out to Andrew Martell and his jazz orchestra that played at the Night Owl. If you're watching, it was a great show, and there was plenty of great shows there, and I hope that we can see this every year, and I'm glad our city is very supportive of that. We had the Airport Days, which was also a wonderful event, and thank you to all the staff, from the airport staff to everybody else who worked on this. I also attended with Mayor Silva the annual Veterans Luncheon at Wilshire Community Church, and we presented a certificate of recognition to honor firefighter and Fullerton resident Scott Townley, who every year puts up a 9/11 memorial at his home. I also attended with the 100th anniversary of the Boy Scouts Troop 1201, and that was with Council Member Bruce Whitaker as well. We presented a certificate in honor of their 100 years. And then I also attended the Orange County Pride. OC Pride presented a certificate of recognition for their 30 years of bringing awareness to the struggles of LGBT community in Orange County, and that was a very big event, and a lot of presence, including our Army, was present there, and with a booth, and got a good picture with them as well. It was nice to meet with them and thank them for their service. And earlier today, I gave a tour for the Girl Scouts of Orange County, the Minaret Cadet Senior Troop 3119, a tour of the Orange County Water District. And they had a blast and learning all about water science and what we do over there at the Water District. I want to give a brief update on the Orange County Water District's effort. There's a lot going on, but I thought today I wanted to give a little information about some of the research. So it's not just about providing quality water, but it's also about continuing efforts to research new ways of improving the quality of our water. So a very few cool things for those who want to geek out on water science like me. In partnership with our city of Fullerton, we participate. The Orange County Water District has got a grant to participate in research to demonstrate higher levels of removal of viruses from our water using techniques with reverse osmosis and improving that in both the actual water, the GRWS, and also the upstream in the Orange County Sanitation District. So that's a really cool thing to do. And the other thing, I should probably put my glasses on because I can't really read. I'm in denial about me not being able to read. We also have some pilot testing of 2 membrane treatment technologies, closed circuit reverse osmosis and forward osmosis. This is also to improve the efficiency of advanced purification from the water. These are all grant related and not paid by the ratepayers, but through grants. There's also been research on additional methods to understand the microbial character of the GWRS water, which is the groundwater replenishment system water, and groundwater via DNA sequencing. So this is really cool. You're looking at DNA sequencing and how to improve water quality from that. And lastly, there's a lot of talk on PFAS, which is the perfluorinated alkyl substances that are prevalent in our society in all kinds of products, including our clothes and our the food packaging. And we are looking at new ways of how to treat those and how to treat it into really down to parts per trillion. So it's really amazing, and there are thousands of these substances. So the Orange County Water District is one of the most advanced labs in testing this, and they are continuing to do so and finding new ways of cleaning up this our water. So that it is. That is it for me. I would like to remind people that my monthly meeting, if anybody wants to know more about my activities and discuss in detail, last Tuesday of every month at the Panera on Orange, Thorpe, and Harbor. So hope to see you there. And again, happy 4th, and thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Flory?
Only one thing. I attended the open house for Assemblymember Sharon Quirk Silva's new office at the 1440 building on North Harbor. She relocated her office back to Fullerton, and I think it might be worthwhile for a contingency of Rancho La Paz homeowners to meet with her, select a spokesperson. She has been so representative of our district, and she has brought a lot of money to our county for all sorts of issues. She's been one of the more active assembly members in a very long time. So just a word to the wise, she's very responsive to citizen concerns, and she's got a new office in Fullerton.
Mr. Whitaker.
I want to echo as well, congratulations to Airport Director Brendan O'Reilly and all the Fullerton city staff who helped to bring off that very successful Airport Day, our 6th annual, on June 22nd. And nowadays it seems as though rotor aircraft, helicopters, are starting to outnumber the fixed wings that we have out at Fullerton Airport. And maybe a lot of people hear that difference at times. But there was a great display. It was beautiful weather, and it was well done. So congrats to everybody involved in that. Also, I was pleased to present a certificate to Fullerton Boy Scout Troop 1201 on their 100th anniversary. They're sponsored by the First Presbyterian Church on Euclid Street. And so they began in 1919, right after World War I. Over that time, they have really been honored by their works, which they've turned out nearly 100 Eagle Scouts from this single troop in Fullerton, which is quite an accomplishment. That's it as far as events, Mr. Mayor, but I did want to echo there is a lot of concern about, as Mr. Reese talked about earlier, the homeless camp on Gilbert between Valencia and Commonwealth, and there are a great many of us who have major concerns about that. I would like to speak with him more on that. I do appreciate Mr. Hallstrom bringing up tree management practices, because that can have an immediate impact on our risk management in the city, and it's a key indicator on just how well we're doing in terms of having these photos, these examples brought to us. So I thank him for that. Ms. Prado, Terry Prado, you made a couple of really good points involving Rancho La Paz, and time is short on that issue, so it's something that we do need to move on right away. And the bad streets, the problem that we deal with every day, and whether people from all parts of town do have those issues. So we aren't always able to respond in detail to items that are brought up in public comments, but I do want to echo that, hey, you were heard very clearly tonight on all these issues, and I'm looking forward to progress on that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And yeah, it was a very busy 2 weeks, and I do want to give some shout outs to the Day of Music volunteers that put on that together, and then thank all of you who had responded in a positive way to our keyboard crosswalks here on Pomona and Wilshire. We did that for Day of Music, and we've gotten a lot of good response from that. And again, to the airport staff, great job, thank you. And to the streets, yes, we are scheduled to have a study session here at council regarding our infrastructure, and part of that is to look at ways of funding, of managing our lack of street repairs, and just to put it out there, we've have well, since I can recall, I've never seen a plan by council put out to address the issue, just like there had never been an actual plan and action taken to address our other big need, the water infrastructure, the main water lines. So we the council have addressed that now, and now we're looking to figure out how do we expedite our fixing of our streets. And so that should be coming by the end of the month, is it, Mr. City Manager, this study session?
Yes, that'll be at the meeting on the 16th.
Okay. Yeah, very good. And then just a couple of things. I will be holding some city updates, monthly city updates with the mayor to update some of you, to update anyone who wants to attend. So, and then we will put this on the website. But my first city update with the mayor would be July 23rd from 6:30 to 8 o'clock at the community center. And if you're interested, so it's July 23rd, August 1st, September the 5th, October the 3rd, and November 7th. Those will be my monthly city updates. And the first one, which I was going to address the homeless situation. We will. Just that. Just hold on. We're getting there, whoever that was. We're getting there. And then for my first city update, I was going to ask him earlier, but I forgot to. But our new chief, not an interim anymore, but our chief I will invite him over to give us an update on what's going on with our safety side. But with that, we will move on to the consent calendar. We had item 2 pulled, so we will look to move item 1.
I'll move the balance.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, and so item 2 we will address at the end of the regular session. And at this time, we get to our item number 3, regular business, the homeless update and direction regarding pragmatic responses. And just before Ms. Leifkes gets started, I agendized this item because it is becoming, well, it is a big issue, it is a big concern, and we're trying to figure out ways to address it. And the city of Fullerton, will not be able to fix this problem, this issue, on our own. So we're always looking for partners, for other cities, for county, state. We're part of the North SPAL, as some of you may know, which means we've partnered with 11 other North County cities. We will be opening 2 shelters come around December. And the concerning part for me was what do we do now between now and December? So that was one of the reasons I put this item on the agenda. The other reason was that when I spoke with the tri-parish group, they had some legitimate questions and concerns, and let's look at them now. But we have to understand that we, the city, do not have the funding right now to take a lot of action. We can take action, and we will take action, but we have to keep working with the county and the state to get more resources and address the problem in a bigger, better way. But and with that,
Mayor Silva, before
yes.
we get there, I notice on the future agenda that Rancho La Paz seems to be at the bottom of the list. Could I request that we put that at the top of our regular agenda?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and so
thank you very much.
And so some of the things that I wanted to look at was, can we put up another shelter between now and December to address to help some of these homeless people that are out there? Who are our partners out there? Who can we partner with to address this issue? And then earlier in the year, there was talk of, say, parking, but apparently our nonprofit partner pulled out. So these are the things that we want to address and look at tonight and see what we can do and what we're able to do and what action we're able to take right away. So with that, Ms. Leifkes.
Good evening, Mayor Silva, members of City Council. My name is Rebecca Leifkes, and I'm the Housing and Homeless Resources Manager for the City of Fullerton. Tonight, I am going to talk about homeless update and direction regarding programmatic responses. But before I get started on that, I wanted to give you a little bit of context on what's happened over the years, and then kind of move on from there. So the Fullerton Armory has been a cold weather shelter for the last 30 years in Fullerton. We currently have 237 beds. Normally it's open from December to about March. This year we did extend it to April 10th, 2019. Over the years, we've also had a lot of faith-based community involvement with personal care ministries and meals, as well as the Interfaith Shelter Network was ongoing for many years. We also, in 2010, received a housing bond that was $28.8 million that was invested, and out of that came 504 units that were developed, and those were developed to be affordable for people who were at 30% of median income, which is extremely low income, and all the way up to moderate income, up to 120% of the median income. Now,
was that for purchase or for rent?
So of those, 60 of them were for home ownership, and all the rest were for rentals.
Thank you.
Sure. So over the past many years, we've seen a rise in the homeless count. Every 2 years, the County of Orange does a point-in-time count. And as you can see by that graph, in 2017, we had 347 people that were sheltered on the night of the point-in-time count. Now, in 2017, it was a one-night count, and then they used this calculation and extrapolation, and they made this kind of a determination of what they thought the homeless number was. They didn't actually count every single head of people that were actually experiencing homelessness on that night. But for many years, that's how the county did it. And also in 2017, the number of sheltered people on January, it's usually the last Tuesday of January that they do this count. And so in 2017, there were 347 people who were actually sheltered. And then in 2018, the North Orange County Public Safety Task Force, along with all the North Orange County cities that received funding for the North Orange County Task Force, they put together a homeless census count. And this was done on a 2-week process. It was done by CityNet, and basically they counted every single person that they came in contact with, and those numbers showed that there were 233 unsheltered in Fullerton, and 119 were sheltered in 2019. And then this year, in 2019, we had the point-in-time count, and it was actually done over a 2-day period. It was done very early in the morning on January 23rd and 24th, and then very late at night on January 23rd and 24th. And there was a lot of volunteers that worked on getting those numbers. And so the numbers of unsheltered in 2019 were 308, and the number of sheltered were 165 during that period. Now, one of the things that is the city has done has created an emergency shelter overlay zone, and this is an area in the city where a 50-bed shelter is permitted by right, and larger shelters would be permitted by a conditional use permit. And then another thing that the city allows is citywide we have the faith-based organizations are permitted to shelter up to 12 individuals anywhere in the city. Now, one of the things that was mentioned is our inability
Rebecca, going back to that slide.
Sure.
The overlay slide.
Sure.
What is the light blue area?
So the light blue area, I believe, is the industrial area.
So that's where organizations can
No,
house 12 individuals?
No,
or?
these are the areas in the SB2 zone, which by right can have up to 50.
Okay, what's the dark blue? There's no legend here on this.
Sorry about that.
Shows
The
what
different
it
blue
means.
colors, they're both industrial zones. It's just a different type of
zoning.
zoning for industrial. So, but so any area within there in the light blue or the dark blue is within our emergency shelter overlay zone, the SB2.
And then anywhere citywide where there is a faith-based organization, they have an ability to shelter up to 12 people. Now, one of the things that was mentioned when they talked about Gilbert Street is our hands are tied currently because there is the Orange County Catholic Orange County Catholic Workers federal lawsuit that because of that lawsuit, there's supposed to be 1,550 beds that are needed all over Orange County. And locations are to be determined or identified in each area of the county. Now, the county is split up into 3 service planning areas. Fullerton is in the north service planning area. There's also a central service planning area and a south spa. And so based on that, Orange County Catholic Workers, we need more beds before we are able to enforce our anti-camping ordinance. And then another court case that came up was Martin versus Boise, Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, and that says that cities are not allowed to enforce anti-camping anywhere in public property. So our officers can go and do outreach and assessments and engagement, but they're not able to give any kind of, they can do no trespassing on private property, but not on public property.
And the Martin v. Boise is a higher threshold. That's 100%. So if, for example, the city had 308 unsheltered, we would need exactly 308 under Martin v. Boise before we could, beds available before we could do any type of anti-encampment enforcing. So when folks mentioned earlier the encampments on Gilbert, which are on the sidewalk, they used to be on St. Philip Benizi's property. They're now outside on the sidewalk. We cannot enforce because currently we do not have any beds available. So as long as those encampments maintain at least a accessible path, so 36 inches so people can get around, there is nothing that we can do. And even if they don't have 36 inches, all we can do is enforce that 36 inch so that people have accessibility around there. So we are doing things. Rebecca may be talking
Next
about
slide.
it later, but I'll let her get to it about what we're trying to do on a weekly basis with that site and others.
Well, the Martin v. Boise lawsuit will be appealed or is currently going through the appeal process. Is that correct?
The Martin v. Boise is being appealed up to the Supreme Court.
And the city of Fullerton has weighed into that lawsuit. Is that correct?
Well, we have given okay to our city attorney's office to participate in an amicus brief, though we do know that I believe the League of Cities is going to be following one on behalf of all the cities.
Thank you.
So in order to be able to move forward, the city of Fullerton collaborated with all the North Orange County cities in our service planning area, and you approved a memorandum of understanding. In doing so, it is for a partnership for us and those cities to develop 250 shelter beds in 2 locations. So there's 150 beds being built in Buena Park, and there's 100 beds being built in Placentia. Now, Fullerton is going to be paying 30% more or less of the operation costs of based on our population. And once those beds are available in the Buena Park and Placentia areas, then that will also open the 225 beds in Anaheim that we could also use. And because we're putting in 30%, we're getting about 30% of those beds. So specifically for Buena Park and Placentia, we have access to 75 of those beds once they are open. And one of the good things was with this collaboration, we were able to receive SB2 funds for the development and the operation of the shelters, whereas some of the smaller cities didn't get any of those funding, and they have to actually go to general fund or use some of their low mod funding. So we were lucky in that. Now, the North Spa recently settled their agreement.
So on this, on Friday, we went back into court, and the judge blessed what is termed the North Spa Settlement Agreement. Spa, again, is a service planning area. There's 3 of them just to divide up the county into a little bit more manageable areas. There's the South Central, which is Garden Grove, Santa Ana actually stretches to Huntington Beach and a couple of the other beach communities. But the north is Orange, Villa Park, Anaheim, Brea, Placentia, Fullerton, Yorba Linda, La Habra, Los Alamitos, Cypress, Stanton. I may miss one there, but generally the North Orange County cities. So this was important because we had started this effort last year, even when the federal judge brought us all into court. It was sometime in April of 2018 where the judge ordered the defendant cities, which were Orange, Anaheim, the County of Orange, and Costa Mesa into court, and then he invited all of the other cities to attend. And after that after that invitation and hearing from the judge, the North Orange County cities decided, hey, you know what? We could either litigate this or we could work together to actually try to get some additional shelter beds in the North Spa. And that's the path that we chose. So the culmination of it was on Friday when the plaintiffs signed the settlement agreement with us. And part of that is it's citing back to that memorandum of understanding, which is to construct the 250 beds. It's allowing us to enforce our city ordinances as long as there's an identified shelter capacity. It spells out the policies which on how we can enforce items. One of the other things is that if there's going to be a encampment enforcement or a cleanup, then most importantly what all sides agreed to is that we would get together, talk about what we are going to do, talk about uniform and consistent documentation, and approach it that way. So we would be with the plaintiffs, with the county, with the service providers, with the faith-based communities, in order to conduct that enforcement to clean up an encampment. But again, it only matters if there's beds available. And we'll get to that later because you can only have so many shelter beds, but if you have no place to go after the shelter beds are full into some type of permanent housing or affordable housing, then we have that clog in the emergency shelter system. So that's where that next step in the settlement agreement kind of allows us to start saying, okay, well, we have the settlement agreement, we have some protections. Let's start looking at the affordable housing, permanent supportive housing approach so that we can move people through the system. A couple other items on the settlement agreement, requires us to meet all applicable anti-discrimination laws, discharges the cities from any claims related to the lawsuit, no admission of liability. And most importantly, it gives us 4 years of protection under the federal judge. And that means that if for whatever reason there's another lawsuit that comes up, the federal judge will take it under his purview. And instead of on a litigation mode, it's once again an opportunity to work with the plaintiffs in the case to settle those concerns. With Orange and Anaheim, there have been no lawsuits since their settlements. Early on with Santa Ana, they had a couple where they, in the county, where they, resolved them really quickly. But that's the one thing that the judge has been really proud about is that under this umbrella protection, they can, resolve the issues before they get to a full lawsuit situation. So,
and if I may add that, and then this was one of the reasons also that I've been kind of pushing us to find a temporary location right now between now and December, so that we can offer a bed, and if they're willing to take it, then we can start the process of intaking and assessing and moving some of these homeless people into homes. But it's been a challenge. I know it seems like we've been doing nothing, but there's been some work being done that's getting us to a better place where we'll be able to take some of the people out on the street, offer them a bed, and if they don't take it, then that may give us a little way to say, no, you have to come, you have to go. We have to start getting you assessed, get an intake, and figure out how to help you.
Thank you. So some of the things we've done is we actually have had some city engagement. We have 2 homeless liaison officers. They work 6 days a week. They go out, they do outreach and engagement with CityNet, our organization who we use that also does outreach and engagement daily. They have in-reach locations as well as going out there to those known places where there are encampments, and they offer services. They assess. In many cases, they've been able to provide beds or have reserved beds for folks experiencing homelessness. Now, another reason or another thing that's happened is I have become the Housing and Homeless Resources Manager, so I do go to a lot of regional meetings, a lot of trainings on what different kind of funding is out there. We also have a new part-time homeless resources consultant, hi Bree. And so we have done a lot of things to try to have networking and working with a lot of the different partners. We do know that there's a lot of different things going on. So coming up in the presentation, we have a suggestion. But one of the things that was wanting to be seen was what kind of money has been dedicated for homelessness. So the North Orange County Task Force for 2019-20, they have $374,000 that is strictly for homeless services, and this includes the salaries for the homeless liaison officers as well as their overtime that they have to do. We also have a contract with CityNet. We're looking at expanding that so that in the future they can go out more often and go to more locations, as well as some of the equipment to get the officers off the beaten path, so different kinds of vehicles and things like that. Another thing that we have used CDBG for is we get 15% of our community development block grant funding can go to services. So this current year, $129,223 is going to housing navigation, life skills training, social services being provided at different places that can help people who are experiencing homelessness or who are keeping them in their homes for prevention type purposes. And then the other thing we have dedicated is general fund. We have what we know of is $481,000, and that's for additional police officers, our civic center security for the library, but things that we don't have an actual cost associated with yet, I wasn't able to get it in such a quick turnaround, was the cost for the fire department to respond to services for people experiencing homelessness, as well as the public works efforts to go out there, clean the sidewalks, pick up trash when there are people willing to get rid of trash. And one of the things I want to mention is with the North Orange County Public Safety Task Force, this is the third year into their contract, and there's only a 5-year amount of money. At the moment, we don't know if there's going to be any other funding that's going to come down the pipe. So if there's no future public North Orange County Public Safety Task Force money, it would have to probably be absorbed from the general fund. So that's something that it's going to probably come back in the next couple of years on how we're going to get funding. Now, where the funding really goes to when it comes to homelessness has always been the system of care resources through the County of Orange. So they've always been the acceptor of the funding that comes for all different things homelessness related. So one of the things is they have the Section 8 rental assistance housing choice vouchers and supportive housing. And their current policy has changed recently that 50% of their available vouchers are to be used for homelessness. So in 2018, they have $229,508,000 approximately. And then they also have funding from the healthcare services, and this is for mental health, substance abuse, public health services, and there's $194 million approximately. Then they also have assistance programs that are like CalFresh, CalWorks, cash assistance, Medi-Cal, and general relief, and that budget is $454 million. And then for the shelters that are currently out there, there is operating costs that the county pays for, and that's for the Courtyard Transitional Center, Bridges at Kramer Place. Bridge housing is where they receive vouchers for temporary stays in different locations. And then there's also specialized shelter beds, as well as the cold weather armories, Fullerton and Santa Ana. The county has paid for a lot of those operating costs at the tune of $12,969,000. And then there's also outreach and other services, including housing treatment, basic skills, job training, and those kind of things. And there's $25 million approximately for that. So a total of $916,355,051 that the county receives.
Yeah, and Mr. Mayor, it's important there's been a lot of, numbers thrown around in the press and other places about, millions and millions and millions of dollars. And $916 million in any given year is a lot of money. It's many, many millions. But as you can see, of that, there's about $68 million that is specifically for homeless services. The rest of it, in the lion's share, where you see those assistance programs, that's the CalWorks, welfare, CalFresh, which is food stamps, Medi-Cal, general relief. So that's where the lion's share of those funds go. And even within that, there's a specific amount of about $13 million. The majority for the shelters has been either county general fund or emergency shelter grants. And so that's a couple of reasons why you see that number a little bit different than the year before. But we just wanted to provide this information because we want this information out there. It is also on the county website, but whereas there's hundreds of millions of dollars for social services and all that stuff, a smaller percent, that $68 million, is dedicated for pure homelessness, and a lot of it is, in fact, all of it is already kind of allocated out to different groups and to different programs.
So some of the additional potential funding is we receive home funding on an annual basis, and back several months ago, when we had the consolidated the consolidated plan, the annual action plan was approved. We had actually had $1.6 million of home funding that was to go to create affordable housing, permanent supportive housing. One of the things that home may be able to go for is a tenant-based rental assistance program if it so chose. That would need to be a change to the annual action plan, but that is definitely something that can be done with home funds. We just mentioned the different kinds of layers of county funding. There's also Mental Health Services Act funding that's actually received through more the healthcare agency than the county housing authority. There's also the low mod housing fund that we received prior to the redevelopment agency going away. We do have an ability to use up to, they just recently changed the regulations on that, so we can use up to $250,000 a year toward homeless services. However, in that fund, we only receive about $150,000 a year in program income. So basically, that's about only about $150,000 that we'd be able to use. Now, we did receive some SB2 funds this year, and that was through the Memorandum of Understanding for the development of the emergency shelter beds, that we received some funding through the county as well as some through the Continuum of Care organizations. So then really one of the other things that we look at is how much of the additional general fund is what we would be spending to be able to create homeless beds or provide homeless services.
And back on that slide real quick, it's just the little subnote. It's important to note that the Mental Health Services Act funding is for housing. We've asked about using it for shelter services, and there's strict definitions as to you have to be substantially mentally ill in order to receive it. And so that's why it's more suited to the housing, because you can't kind of quantify that at a shelter location. So it's something that we've been even asking if they could use 10% of that funding, because of the folks coming through a shelter, there's more than likely an assessment function of somebody who does have mental illness. But a lot of that MHSA funding is therefore used for the services provided at the shelter to make those assessments and determinations. So
at the apartment. So actually with the MHSA funds also is there would have to be an identified project, and usually what happens is whenever you're making affordable housing in general, there's many layers and layers of different kind of funding. So with MHSA, they would be going to the county. They would also probably be looking to see if there's any kind of project-based rental assistance that could be used at the project as well. So there's a lot of nuances when it comes to the MHSA funds for development, but that would definitely help with those social services to be able to keep somebody in their apartment. So the top of this is Orange County point in time finds 308 unsheltered homeless individuals in Fullerton. And so we kind of did like a calculation of what that would cost us or somebody if we were to solve homelessness for those 308 people. So if we were to pay for temporary assistance at, let's say, a hotel vouchers for 90 days, that would cost $3,119,000. It's $111 per person per night. So if we were to get that for a whole year, we would times that by 4. It'd be over $12 million. And that would only be temporary. So there's also an estimated cost if we were to purchase a property or had a property and we were to convert 77 of the market rate units into affordable units, and that's assuming there would be 4 people per unit. That cost would be $24,640,000, not counting the cost to purchase the property. So the cost to purchase the property for a shelter is anywhere from $6 million to $20 million based on the size of the location and what was there previously. And then if you wanted to convert that building, let's say, into an emergency shelter, we've done a lot of calculations based on the information coming in from Placentia and Buena Park that it would be $6 million to $10 million based on what the size of the shelter would be. And then there's also an estimated cost to operate the emergency shelter on a yearly basis. It would cost $5,283,740. So it's an average of $47 per person per night to actually provide emergency shelters. And so that, if we didn't have any other funding, we're looking at $5,283,000 or $83,740.
And again, that's that's for theoretically if we were to solve all the 308. If we had 75 at the other shelters, then you reduce that. But the 47 per person per night is based on what Buena Park received for their most recent RFP for operation at the new shelter coming up.
So, as we had mentioned earlier, a little bit about the North Service Planning Area, or the North SPA. This was a way for us to be able to get those units, to get those beds by partnering together. At the time that Buena Park and Placentia located a property, all the cities in the North Orange County area were looking for properties. And at the time, we were under a deadline by the judge to find something quickly and put something together. And at that time, we were not able to identify a property. So we created the memorandum of understanding, and we, as Ken said, we entered into the settlement agreement just a couple of days ago. So one of the forms of assistance that's new to us was the Homeless Emergency Assistance Program funding. In 2018 was the first year this funding was available, and there was $500 million total from the state, and it was basically split down. $250,000 were for the continuum of cares based on the 2017 homeless point in time count. And then there was $150 million that went directly to those large cities that have populations over 330,000 people. And so 11 largest cities received that share. Anaheim and Santa Ana did receive some of the funding to operate and develop their shelters. And then there was also $100 million of continuum that went to the continuum of care boards, and there are 43. And our continuum of care is the Santa Ana, Anaheim metropolitan area. And again, it was based on that 2017 homeless count. And so it trickled down to Orange County, and Orange County received $15.6 million and change. And out of that North Spa received $12.1 million to be able to make the 250 beds, and of which 30% go to Fullerton. Now, coming up for 2019, it is estimated there will be $650,000 from the state based on the most recent estimate. Now, it has not been signed by the governor, and although this is the most up-to-date information on how the split is going to happen.
Rebecca, isn't that $650 million?
Excuse me, sorry. A couple of zeros
We're missing
missing.
a couple zeros.
Sorry about that.
I do want to say that at the time of putting this together, the budget had not been signed. The trailer bill, AB 101, contains what is actually now, HEAP is gone, but what it is, it's the Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Program, and that has the $650 million. That is roughly, the 275 is a direct allocation to a city or city-county, San Francisco, with a population of, now they've drawn the line at 300,000 because that includes Riverside and Stockton within there. There's the $200 million to the Continuum of Cares. So we anticipate the County of Orange will get probably a similar amount, give or take, than they had last time.
So last year we got 15.6.
New is $175 million to the counties, and that really is towards some of the larger counties like San Diego and Orange County or LA County, unfortunately. And then we don't know. There's $10 million that has not been defined yet. And so as to what we're able to get, we don't know. And we also don't know the parameters that they're using, though we do know that in AB 101, they are not requiring a shelter crisis declaration, which was a requirement of the HEAP funding. And so when the North Spa banded together, the cities of Buena Park and Placentia were the ones that actually were on the application. They had to declare that shelter crisis in order to be eligible for the HEAP funding. For this new $650 million, that's not a requirement anymore. They're also looking, and these are from Corey Williams, who was texting me or sending me an email earlier to say, here's the latest on AB 101. They're looking at a demonstration of how a city has coordinated with other jurisdictions to identify their share of regional need to address homelessness, and how that requested funds will help meet the city's share of that need. So that really benefits us greatly because that's what we've been doing. We've been coordinating with our other jurisdictions, and we still have quite a need. So, but again, that's not signed yet. We're still finding out more about what this new funding source is. But the governor and the legislature have been very proactive as far as sharing some of their surplus, and so the $650 million is going to go far in the county, or in the state, but there's a lot more needed.
So initially, when we were bringing forward the recommendation at the time to declare a shelter crisis, the pros were that we could apply for HEAP funding, and that another pro could have been that we could have taken action at a later date once we were to secure a site or reasonably expect to secure a site that could have been used for a homeless facility. But based on information we received this morning from the League of California Cities, as well as from the Assembly contact, the declaration of shelter crisis is no longer required. And then talking about the cons, there was no guarantee if we had declared the shelter crisis that we would actually receive HEAP funding. And we still didn't have a suitable location identified at this time. And if no HEAP was received and there was no location identified, could the city actually be forced into having to use a public facility against our will? So that was one of the things why we were kind of up in the air, like, do we not? So.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, this is one of the cons of writing something when things are constantly changing up at the state. But we asked the city attorney's office about the declaration of shelter crisis. One of the things that the shelter crisis government code is it's more for a temporary solution, because one of the components of it is the ability to basically waive away some of the health and safety codes for the building issues and all that stuff. So if you needed to convert a public facility, a warehouse, a gym, into a shelter, and they didn't have the bathrooms, they didn't have some other requirements, if you declared a shelter crisis, you could basically waive that requirement during the term of the shelter crisis. The city attorney was in Whittier during the 1987 earthquake. I believe it was also in the 1906 earthquake in San Francisco. No, maybe not. But said that, at the time the shelter crisis was used there because they had a lot of need for shelter and temporary. So as far as, what it would mean for a permanent structure if the city were to be able to get a property, I don't know if it's the best use of the shelter crisis for a permanent, because if we're going to move people into a permanent structure, we want to make sure that all those building codes, health and safety items are accounted for. So,
right. But I think on this note, because I was pushing for this, was to expedite it. We do find a building. I want to expedite and get it up and going and getting services in there. So part of the reason was, can we expedite that and waive some of these requirements temporarily until we can get it up? And so that was one. The other reason was we weren't sure if we were going to be liable or mandated to do something if we didn't get funding. So apparently that won't happen. If we declare a crisis, we're not going to have the state come down and say, well, you declared it, now you got to do X or Y. But now that we don't need to declare a shelter crisis to receive or to apply for HEAP funding, I think that I'm still thinking of doing so, just because we are working with a nonprofit to locate a temporary shelter right now. And we're trying to, if we do find one, we want to get it up like tomorrow. And maybe part of declaring a shelter crisis is we're able to open it up and get people in there right away versus do we have enough bathrooms, all this. We can bring in porta potties and expedite the matter. But thank goodness that we don't have to declare a crisis to apply for HEAP funding.
Well, the other thing I should be pointed out on that is that should we identify a project and we do feel a need to declare the crisis so that we can waive certain requirements in terms of building code, we can do it at any point in time. So if we had a project that you identified and the city wanted to move forward and there was identifiable need to waive certain standards, we could do so at any moment to meet that need as well, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
So some of the opportunities that we have been looking into is the California National Guard, like I had said earlier, for the Armory, it's been operating for 30 years. We recently requested, we send a request up to the governor to see about the ability to open it on September 1st until the navigation centers are open. As of yet, we have not gotten a response yet. However, we feel that this would be a good opportunity because anybody who was at the shelter that was actually seeking housing, more of a permanent than just a nightly kind of situation, chances are if we were working with the organization that was going to be providing the services at the full-time emergency shelter, either at Buena Park or Placentia, and we were also using them to provide the services at the Armory, they could technically get those people in first, kind of the first residents for the navigation center. Now, when we had the Armory open several years ago, right before Bridges at Kramer Place opened, the first wave of people that got into Bridges were actually from the Armory. So we are really looking at having that Armory be kind of the first wave of getting people into Buena Park.
Yeah. And Mr. Mayor, members of council, this has been one of my priorities of trying to get the Armory open. So I did have a conversation today with the County of Orange, and I want to thank them, Dylan Wright and Frank Kim, for really pushing this also. They've been communicating, because they have been communicating throughout the years with the National Guard. We are setting up a meeting with the National Guard folks to talk about the early opening. Also talk about if we can, one of the true criticisms of the Armory is that, it's a limited term and very early exit in the morning. And so what we're also asking is if we can have a later exit. So if we can, get everybody up and going and then, maybe out the doors by 7:30 instead of 5:30, that's a much better shelter for somebody and a much better, entrance into their day. So we're working on those different things to see if the National Guard would be supportive of us. And of course, if there's a need to appeal to the community for letter writing to the governor or to anybody else, I will certainly get that information out, because we will most certainly need that support. But again, it's just so that we can have some form of shelter until the 2 new navigation centers are open.
Yeah. And this is where we might be able to partner up with the Tri-Parish group, and we do open the armory early. They have to be out of there in the morning, and they need a place to go and get services and help. And this is what we're looking for, partnerships to say, okay, once they've slept in the armory, where do they go? They typically go back to the neighborhood they were at before. What if we had another location where they can go and get some daytime services and so forth?
Yeah. Rebecca, how many slides do you have in your presentation?
I think there's only like 2 more.
Okay. I'm concerned about all the people who have been standing up here for a half hour.
I'll go through these really quick. So we have been looking at possibly some way of partnering with some shelters, with some of the faith-based organizations to see if they'd be interested in possibly having modulars on site that we could have access to bathrooms, a management plan, a security plan, services being provided so that assessment can actually be done so that they can get that coordinated entry system going as quick as possible. Now, another thing we're looking into, and we had actually talked to the Orange County Transportation Authority about possibly using a park and ride over off of Orangethorpe, was to see if that could possibly be a good location for a safe parking pilot program. And they are actually still interested in that. However, when we first started looking at that, we were approached by a nonprofit organization who was willing to do it. Since that time, they have become very busy being overseer of the La Mesa shelter. So they dropped out and said they'd rather put their efforts into that emergency shelter that they're running at La Mesa.
But just on that note, I have been speaking to the CEO of that, and he's willing to look at it again, and he was supposed to send someone down there, take a look at the location and see if it's doable. So we're still, at least I'm still asking about that and talking to the director over there.
And I actually had attended a safe parking program workshop up in LA and talked to people from Santa Barbara, San Diego, and 2 different locations in LA talking about the potential for a park and ride, and they were like, wow, that would be great. That way it would take it out of the middle of a residential area and have less impact for those neighbors. So one of the things we are looking into is possibly having direction to get an ad hoc committee so that we could have some strategies to be looked at by some. We know that there's a lot of different organizations doing a lot of different work, and we've kind of been finding out kind of after the fact, oh, we've been looking at that. Oh, wait, we've kind of started looking at that too. And so there's been some duplication, there's been some gaps in service. So we're looking at the possibility of having something like an ad hoc committee so they can look at strategies to develop some more bridge housing, operate the CalOptima currently is focused on doing mobile clinics at the emergency shelters. So this could possibly be if there was some location that we found that would be available for services to be provided for people, that they could possibly go to that location to assess people for medical needs. We're also looking into possibly a contract with Chrysalis work program to possibly help with the downtown cleanup. Where they help people who were previously homeless that want to get back into the workforce to be able to start getting into a routine of doing jobs on a daily basis. So we're still looking at that contract with Public Works. We're also looking at the feasibility of a Fullerton-specific emergency shelter in addition to the North Service planning area shelters. However, as I said previously, those are very expensive undertakings. So we're also looking at possibly establishing temporary shelters using modular buildings. We have gotten some funding, or we have gotten some costs on what it would cost if we were to rent them or purchase them, set them up, and then also to be able to do some operating costs and things like that. Possibly a women's shelter using modular buildings. or establishing a daytime access center, which could be used for something that if the people were to use the Armory at night, maybe it's a location where service providers could go and assess people and get them into that coordinated entry system as quick as possible, as well as exploring opportunities for recuperative care facilities. Also provide remote safe storage facilities. We understand that that's been kind of a barrier for some people who would otherwise maybe want to use the Armory, is they don't know where to put their stuff. So we would like to work with an ad hoc committee to look at that kind of thing, as well as partner with Built to Zero, which is an organization that helps kind of move, put together goals and objectives to move like an ad hoc committee forward and be able to get these kind of things done. So the recommended actions for tonight, receive and file the report regarding homeless efforts being undertaken by the city and the current and potential funding sources, including Homeless Emergency Shelter Aid Program, HEAP funding. Consider the resolution declaring an emergency shelter crisis. Direct staff to solicit proposals for the development of a safe parking pilot program for consideration to City Council, and direct staff to establish an ad hoc homeless task force to develop a coordinated response to homelessness, as well as some kind of homeless plan, whether it be city-specific or regional with the other cities in the area, and return to City Council with recommendations within 5 months. That's all I have. But I am here for questions. Hopefully I have answers.
Thank you. And I think, I don't know if you spoke to, but the United Way also has a program that if there's someone ready to move into an apartment, they might be able to help secure that apartment. So
yes, there's a program called Welcome Home OC. They're actually working with the Section 8 rental assistance program. And as I said, that 50% of their the Section 8 Orange County Housing Authority vouchers are going to homelessness. What the United Way is doing is they are actually going out and offering incentives to landlords so that they are interested in and willing to rent to people who were previously homeless, as well as there's going to be a component where there are social services being provided for a year that helps make those people be able to prevent them from becoming homeless again.
So, and this might fit well if there's for those homeless people who are living in their cars, they might be ready to move into an apartment. So that might be another option for that. Mm-hmm. And any questions from council before we open it up to comments? No. And I know that there was a lot of information here, and if you look at it, it seems, well, our hands are tied. There's no funding. And it is true. There's limited funding, but we can still take action, and that's what we're looking here for creative ideas. Like I said, we're working with a nonprofit to try and find a building and get that up and going. They have some funding that they can purchase the building, and then we would have to figure out how to secure operational costs. Or if we can tap into that $10 million from the former HEAP funds, we can purchase something and they can take the operating costs, because that's the hard part. So there's options out there. We're also working with another small nonprofit to open up a recuperative center. A small one, but we can take 5 to 10 severely ill homelessness off the street and into a center. That helps us. So we're taking action. It just takes long to see it physically. It's not like planting a tree. You plant it and there it is. But we're making an effort. And so at this time, we're going to open up to public comments. And I would just ask that if the person in front of you is kind of saying what you want to say, that you would maybe limit yours if you care to. You don't have to, but we'll start right up.
Thank you. Well, hopefully it's an original, right? Since I'm first. So good evening, everybody. My name is Diana Trout. Not only has Fullerton been my home since 1977, my husband and I have raised our family here in Fullerton for almost 20 years now. I have served the children in Fullerton as past president of the Fullerton Council PTA, who supports all PTA units in both the Fullerton School District and the Fullerton Joint Union High School District, totaling 25 schools. Currently, I am a leader with the Tri-Parish Homeless Collaborative, which is composed of parishioners from St. Juliana, St. Mary's, and St. Philip Benizi, which is my parish. And that is also where I serve as the Pastoral Council President. So thank you, Mayor Silva, for placing the homeless crisis on tonight's agenda. Tonight, you will hear from our Homeless Collaborative and Fullerton residents who have several reasonable but very important requests. Declare a Fullerton shelter crisis tonight. Instruct staff to solicit proposals for a safe parking program and return to the September 17th council meeting with best options. We support your proposal to form an ad hoc homeless task force. We are prepared to serve on it. We believe among its tasks should be to seek proposals to build a navigational center, a quality shelter here in Fullerton. Access to beds at Bridges in Anaheim and sometime in 2020 in Buena Park and Placencia are not enough. Secondly, the task force needs to review maximizing existing homeless funds and identifying new or unallocated funds that we can aggressively pursue for the range of the homeless resources needed here in Fullerton. Third, as someone who advocates for all children, our city, Fullerton School District, and the Fullerton Joint Union High School District need to combine resources to assist underserved school-age homeless children, or the so-called McKinney-Vento youngsters. First report from the task force should be at the September 17th City Council meeting. Together, we can wrap our arms around this humanitarian crisis. Again, thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Joe Campanella. I represent St. Juliana's St. Vincent de Paul Council in East Fullerton. I'm also a leader with the Tri-Parish group. We are 100% staffed by volunteers. Our funding comes from generous donations of our parishioners. We rely on these donations as well as the grocery rescue program from Second Harvest. Our clients consist approximately of 85% working poor who utilize and shop in our Client Choice pantry. Client Choice is available to families a maximum of 3 times per month. Approximately 15% of our clients are homeless. Since most homeless don't have access to kitchen and refrigeration, Client Choice shopping is usually impractical for them. We provide fast food vouchers for our homeless on a weekly basis. It is very common for apartment rent in our area to increase in excess of $100 per month on an annual basis. The estimated retail value of Client Choice groceries that we provide in East Fullerton is between $250 and $300 per family per month. This results in an estimated total monthly assistance of over $40,000 per month, which goes a long way to help the families in need of East Fullerton to stay in their homes. There are many other faith communities that provide assistance for Fullerton's families and homeless in need. On behalf of my brothers and sisters in the community who share in the ministry of helping those in need, we look for you to take action tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Medina Clemens, a Fullerton resident for 32 years. I am the outreach coordinator for the St. Juliana St. Vincent de Paul. The Tri-Catholic Collaborative, our parish's safety net from families becoming homeless. In the last 8 years, we have met with hundreds of families living in their cars. We see the invisible homeless, like Gregory and Valerie and their 3 children, living and working out of their car. She would clean up once she got to work after dropping off the 3 children at their schools. She was working in a nursing home, and he repaired and maintained luxury home master grill. During the night, they were arrested by the police, denying them a restful night. What is amazing is that these men and women living in their cars are working. The Tri-Parish Collaborative support a concrete plan for safe parking by September 17 meeting. No more studies. We want a safe parking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Greg Walgenbach, and I'm a parishioner at St. Philip Benizi Parish in Fullerton and Director of Life, Justice, and Peace for the Catholic Diocese of Orange. On behalf of Bishop Kevin Vann, I thank you, Mayor Silva, and any council members who will join you tonight for publicly recognizing a crisis in Fullerton, a crisis of homelessness. It's important to acknowledge reality, and part of political leadership is telling the truth, even when other voices may caution against it. I think the pros still outweigh the cons. We are acutely aware of the impact that this crisis is having on brothers and sisters without housing, on neighbors, at churches, and in cities throughout Orange County. Bold action is needed, and we support such action for the life and dignity of those without housing. I'd like to highlight one additional area that's not in the list there, and ask the City Council to declare and offer public support for the use of the Fairview Developmental Center for housing up to 200 persons with serious mental illness, state-owned land in Costa Mesa, as recently supported by Governor Newsom in the budget. This would provide immediate relief to some of Fullerton's most vulnerable. It needs to be done now and should not be postponed even as other plans are proposed for long-term use of that facility. As with Fairview, so with the city of Fullerton, we can and must address the immediate crisis needs of people, even as we work crucially to build supportive and affordable housing for the long term. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Richard Doubledy. I've been a Fullerton resident since 1980. I'm one of the leaders of the Tri-Parish Diocesan Collaborative on Homelessness and a member of the Fullerton Interfaith Ministerial Association. I've been actively involved in the homeless situation in Fullerton here for over 2 years. Personally, I believe the solutions developed by Fullerton are not commensurate with the scale of the crisis. The approach of paying other cities to take into their shelters those living on our streets is totally inadequate. This approach has left close to 400 people still living on our sidewalks and in our parks. We need shelters in Fullerton, shelters that provide 24/7 total assistance located away from residential neighborhoods. Members of city staff have met with private sector business who have built this type of shelter in industrial areas in mere weeks. It can be done. We don't need to study the crisis any longer. Our crisis is the same as our neighboring cities of Placentia, Anaheim, and Buena Park. They have all taken action. Why haven't we? But I do mean we. So now I would like to ask all of those who support the City Council in their efforts with dealing with this homeless crisis to please stand. We support you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Janet Schellenberger, and I'm a 48-year resident of Fullerton and a longtime member of First Lutheran Church in Fullerton. At First Lutheran, we've been feeding a hot meal to the poor since 1990. We added a food pantry in 2002, which serves primarily the working poor, and recently we added a Sunday lunch program for the homeless. And I thank you for placing the issue of homelessness on the agenda for this meeting tonight. I want to encourage you to make the issue of homelessness a priority and to take the opportunity of being a leader in Orange County when it comes to addressing this issue. I would ask that you look for property in Fullerton that can be used by nonprofits to provide permanent supportive housing for those in need and to work with the nonprofit entities who can help with putting together a master plan for resolving this issue. As part of the Fullerton Collaborative Task Force on Homelessness, I encourage you to make some movement on this by September 17th council meeting. We want to work with you in becoming a leader in providing help to our neighbors in need. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, council members, my name is Roger Vandervest, and I am a deacon at St. Philip Benizi Parish, and I'm also a member of the leadership team at the Tri-Parish Diocese of Orange Homeless Collaborative. I want to thank you, council members, for your previous vote some weeks ago supporting the declaration of a homeless crisis in the state of California. I strongly encourage the council to declare that there's a homeless crisis here in the city of Fullerton tonight. Regardless of whose numbers you use, there are hundreds of homeless people living on our streets, in our parks, and the right-of-ways here. If that doesn't qualify as a legitimate crisis, I don't know what does. And another immediate action the City Council can take is to agree to support and to not hinder a safe parking program. Safe parking programs are working in LA, San Diego, Santa Barbara, Ventura County. Long Beach announced today that they were going to partner with faith-based organizations to implement a 20-vehicle safe parking program in the fall using HEAP funds. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Chuck Doige, and I'm a deacon at St. Juliana Falconieri Church. I'm also a member of the Fullerton Interfaith Ministerial Association, and am also a member of the Tri-Parish Collaborative on Homelessness. My wife and I have been residents here in Fullerton for 23 years, and we have noticed over the past 10 years more and more people falling through the cracks here in Fullerton and living on the street. First of all, I want to applaud you for supporting AB 143 and ask you to declare shelter crisis here in the city of Fullerton. In addition, I would encourage the council to research and apply for funds earmarked for permanent supportive housing. Do an RFP for Fullerton to have their own shelter. It is not wise to rely on neighboring cities such as Placentia and Buena Park to provide housing for our own homeless. And third, develop a safe parking program for the homeless living in their cars. Let's stop talking about programs for our suffering homeless brothers and sisters and take action now that provides shelter and medical support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Peter Lauder. I've been a resident of Fullerton for 40 years. I'm a deacon at the Catholic Church, and I serve at St. Juliana Parish. I would like to express my thanks for your support of AB 143 as well, which cites a statewide homeless crisis. The identification of any problem is a necessary first step to solving it. The Tri-Parish Collaborative is focused on working with the City Council to address these most difficult and challenging problems that face our city. You have already heard several issues tonight. I am here to support a solution for the homeless living in their cars. I know of no safe, designated parking area for families who are living out of their cars in Fullerton today. Typically, these are working people, veterans, or parents with children. But for whatever reason, they are without adequate shelter and are forced to live in their cars. These are God's children, for heaven's sake. Many of the homeless problems are complicated and stubborn, but this issue is not. Fullerton needs to provide a safe and supervised area for those who are forced to live in their cars. We hope and expect that this problem will be solved by the next September council meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kai Hernandez. I saw a man with no clothes at St. Philip's. I can't walk to my friend's house or with my friends at 7-Eleven store. I feel very unsafe. Today I saw the homeless drinking beer and doing drugs on the curb. Thank you.
Thank you, young lady.
I don't know how I'm going to top that. My name is Lee White, and for the last 5.5 years, I've worked for your city for free. And in fact, I've worked for Telecare for free and for Orange County Behavioral Health for free. When the verdict came out in the Kelly Thomas case, I became an advocate instantly. I saw a little boy at Kelly's corner staring at Kelly's lamppost, and it was then I knew I had to take action. Tonight I want to talk to you about Fullerton's contract with Anaheim Global. The city needs to reconsider this contract. For the last 5.5 years, I've been helping homeless people, especially gravely mentally ill homeless people, ones that other charities, churches, organizations think are too tough. Recently, I've been helping a gravely mentally ill homeless man I'll call Bob. Bob contracted scabies multiple times. Scabies are real. Scabies are microscopic insects that burrow deep into the skin and cause excruciating and unrelenting itching. They are highly contagious. No person in their right mind would tolerate it. Bob is not lucid enough to ask for help, take prescriptions, or admit himself to the hospital when in pain. He doesn't take showers or wash his clothes for years at a time, if at all. I'm not saying this to shame him. I love him. He is my friend. It's his schizophrenia. Bob was admitted into Anaheim Global multiple times on 5150s for his scabies, and while there was seen by an attending psychiatrist. This doctor would not even speak to me, the person that has engaged directly with Bob for almost every single week for the last 5.5 years. I myself, for free, compiled a complete medical history of this homeless man's life through help of his anonymous relatives, which I found, and public records. This was in the hope of securing conservatorship for Bob, which he desperately needs. This is something many of your Fullerton PD HLOs have wanted for him desperately. I was told by the doctor's assistant that the doctor would never speak to me or look at the supplied medical history. I am Bob's only point of contact. His family wants nothing to do with him. Families are complicated. Bob's social worker, as well as his case manager at Telecare, wanted conservatorship for him. So after looking at Bob for 5 minutes over 10 days, this doctor decided no on conservatorship. He's the only legal person to make this happen. Bob was released and is now in immediate physical danger again. The Hippocratic Oath states, primum non nocere, which means first do no harm. He has done harm. I ask for your help, and I'd like to be on your task force. I work for free.
Thank you.
Mayor Silva and Fullerton City Council members. I'm Sarah Caswell, a 34-year resident of Fullerton. I'm representing First Christian Church, which has been located in downtown Fullerton on the corner of Harbor Boulevard and Wilshire for over 100 years. Numerous studies about what has worked for cities across the U.S. addressing homelessness have convinced me that permanent supportive housing is the most effective model for the chronically homeless. Most of the homeless receive Social Security, disability, or some sort of small income. Permanent supportive housing, which combines low-barrier, affordable housing with medical care and supportive services, seems to be the most successful model for dealing with drug and alcohol dependency and keeping the homeless housed. It also results in cost savings to health care and public services such as policing. I'm asking you, our Fullerton City Council and staff, to find city-owned property suitable for permanent supportive housing and to partner with Fullerton's strong faith-based and nonprofit allies. We want to stand up with you to find successful ways to get the homeless off the streets of Fullerton and into safe housing. We are your partners, your allies, and your constituents. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am Father Dennis Chris, pastor at St. Philip Benizi Parish, and I'm mostly going to talk to you simply about numbers. But before that, I just wish that I can definitely give you the human story of this. 4 different times during the past year and a half, people have dropped to their knees in front of me asking for help, saying they had no place to go. I made 3 separate lists of the homeless sleeping on our grounds. By the second time, I said I never wanted to do that again. I felt like Schindler. I mean, every single time when you are playing, yes, was incredibly annoying to the neighbors, to parishioners, and so forth. But we were dealing with human lives. I will also tell you honestly, I was able to clear that encampment without any problems, and at least 10 people thanked me for the 2 years that I let them sleep there. To the police, I would certainly, I will help you with the thing of getting the folks off of Gilbert, because most of them would go if they had a place to go. Now let me tell you something about the numbers and what we're facing in the future. By the 2019 point in time count, there were 473 people homeless in Fullerton, of which at that time there were 165 that were sheltered. But among those sheltered were about 70 people who were at the Armory. They are now part of the unsheltered. So the 308 is really something around 380. I put on the poster there 370 to give a little bit of luck. Now you can also ask yourselves, why the heck would a place that had 70 people, that had place for over 200 people, have only 70 there? There are so many things that make the Armory an unacceptable place for a long-term commitment. It simply does. It's a question of the hours. It's a question of their stuff. It's a question even of medical care. There was nothing there. At that time, people were scared of getting sick. Okay, let us now go to the thing. We have 370 people who are unsheltered. By Rebecca Leifkes' own numbers, a year from now, we will have 70 new meds for them. So we have now 300. We will also possibly have then opening for another 70 in Anaheim. So if you do nothing, next year, we will have between 230 and 250 people still on the streets, and that girl won't be able to be safe. That's what you're looking at. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, City Council. I want to start by just thanking the city and you guys so far with all the work that you have been doing, but it's not enough. There's a huge problem, and I'm here representing my church as a pastor, and I'm also representing Fullerton Act, which is a collaboration of churches in the city. And we want to partner with you. And we know that you can't solve it alone. We know we can't solve it alone. We know that there's some huge gaps in resources, and we want to help solve the problem. And I know there's been a ton of solutions mentioned today, and just to reiterate, public supportive housing, or permanent supportive housing, that one resource that we do have as a city is land. I know we don't have money, but we have land that can be offered to a nonprofit or developer to develop some permanent supportive housing. So I ask that you seek and pursue any and all opportunities. And I do think the ad hoc committee would be a wonderful idea so that we could collaborate, partner together on a strategic plan that can start making a difference in our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Harry Langenbacher, and I live in Fullerton. Tonight I'm representing Housing is a Human Right, OC, which is an alliance of 70 advocates for homeless people in Orange County. My point tonight is that the homeless population in Fullerton increased by 34% in a 10-month period from March of 2018 to January of 2019. At that rate, by this time next year, there will be 680 homeless people in Fullerton, and you can check my math. Buena Park and Placentia homeless population in the same period of time increased by a rate that was 5 times that of Fullerton's rate of increase. So to get 75 beds is far from adequate. We need a shelter or a navigation center of our own in Fullerton to take care of these hundreds of people. And it needs to be a quality system. There are federal guidelines. I will leave you with several guidelines of what it takes to make a shelter effective. Shelters are not housing, and they do not solve homelessness, but hopefully they will keep these people alive until they can find housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Debbie Langenbacher. I'm a resident of Fullerton, and I'm here representing the Unitarian Universalist congregation in Fullerton, specifically our Social Action Committee, of which I am the chair. As Unitarian Universalists, we believe in the inherent worth and dignity of every person, in justice, equality, and compassion in human relations. Our congregation has been active in providing assistance to those who are homeless in our community for many years. We've heard tonight about the hundreds of people who are homeless and in need of shelter in our community. And clearly there's a crisis. It's a humanitarian crisis, one that requires at the bare minimum that our city declare a shelter crisis and works to obtain additional funding to provide for these individuals in need. Homelessness is very complex. It requires collaboration among groups, and I'm glad to hear you're working to develop an ad hoc committee. Declaring a shelter crisis and beginning work on an emergency shelter is one small piece of what needs to be done. As many have mentioned this evening about the need for permanent supportive housing, I strongly encourage our community to move forward on that. It's been shown that that is the best solution for individuals who are homeless and will cost roughly half of what it costs to maintain an individual on the streets. Other services that we need in our community include low-cost housing, safe parking zones, case management, medical dental care, and so forth. I have a packet of letters from members of our congregation that I will leave with you, and I also have guidelines on quality shelters that I will leave with you too. I'd like to end with a quote from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. In a real sense, all life is interrelated. The agony of the poor impoverishes the rich. The betterment of the poor enriches the rich. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes, Jesús Silva y miembros del concilio. Vivo en Fullerton por 19 años.
Good evening, mayor, members of the council. I've lived in Fullerton for 19 years, 19? 19 years.
El día de hoy estoy aquí para que la ciudad de Fullerton reconozca que hay una crisis de vivienda.
I'm here today to point out that there is a crisis of homelessness.
En este condado, un jefe de familia tiene que ganar $28.75 para pagar un apartamento de una recámara.
In this county, a head of household has to earn $28.75 an hour to be able to sustain a ¿cuántos cuartos? An apartment
de un cuarto.
with a one-bedroom apartment.
Esta suma no es posible para miles de familias en esta ciudad.
This challenge isn't realistic or possible for many families in this county or in this city.
La crisis de vivienda me afecta a mí porque
This homeless crisis affects me because
siendo una familia de 7 personas me he tenido que salir a vivir a la sala.
being a family of 7, I have had to leave my room and live and sleep in the living room.
Por eso hoy estoy aquí pidiéndoles no más niños abusadas sexualmente por tener que compartir sus apartamentos. Tenemos que hacer algo por esta comunidad. Gracias.
So that's why I'm here today, to try to alleviate the situation so that no child living in these conditions, you would minimize the chances of a child being abused and do away with these conditions. Thank you.
Gracias. Buenas noches a miembros del concilio. Mi nombre es Verónica Morán.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is
Verónica Morán.
Verónica Moran,
Y soy residente de Fullerton por 11 años.
a resident of Fullerton for 11 years.
El día de hoy vengo a pedir, como ya saben, que hay una crisis de vivienda
I'm here today also to point out that there is a homeless crisis.
y la manera que me afecta a mí es que tengo que trabajar a veces 2 trabajos y mi esposo 2 trabajos y dejar a nuestros hijos.
And how it affects me is that I have to work 2 jobs as well, my husband, and leave my kids at home.
Y quería contarles algo que el año pasado tuve que salirme por motivos exactamente de los fuegos artificiales una noche de mi casa con mis hijos y dormir en la calle en el carro.
Specifically, last year I had to leave my apartment and sleep out on the street in my car due to the fireworks.
Pero la razón que les cuento esto porque si yo que tengo un hogar tuve que pasar esto y tener el miedo de no encontré estacionamiento, no encontré un lugar accesible para poder pasar la noche en un lugar tranquilo y tuve que dormir en la calle con el miedo. No pude dormir, mis hijos no pudieron dormir esa noche porque estuvimos en la calle.
And so I'm telling you this because that night I did have to leave my apartment, be in the car all night. It was hard to find a parking space, and when we did, we couldn't sleep because it was uncomfortable and probably felt unsafe.
Muchas de nuestras familias han tenido que ser desalojadas porque no pueden pagar la renta. Es terrible. Y estos niños, si tienen carro, tienen que dormir en la calle con el miedo. No se puede dormir, no pueden aprender. Y las familias muchas de nuestras familias en la comunidad latina están pasando por esto.
So many of these kids have to sleep and live in a car, and with that, there's a lot of distractions. They're not able to learn and lead a normal life that a child would. And ¿cuál fue la última palabra? And so it's also affecting us, families in the Latin community.
Les pido por favor que ayuden a estas familias, que haya un control de renta para que no haya familias ni personas viviendo en la calle. Gracias.
please help the situation, that there's some control on rents so that families no longer have to live on the street. Thank you. Gracias.
Hello, my name is Heidi Zimmerman. I'm president of Almost Angel Foundation. I've lived 55 years between the city of Anaheim and Fullerton, and go Titans. I graduated from Fullerton, so my heart is in Fullerton also. I've worked a lot with the homeless over the last 4 years. I know many of the homeless in the riverbeds, so my history goes back quite a long time, last 4 years, and my specialty, and I hope you all look at me, because my specialty is connecting homeless people to attorneys. I connected people to the ACLU when their rights were violated in the riverbed. I've connected people to Brooke Weitzman in the current lawsuits. Those are my friends that are plaintiffs. I also work with legal aid that watches when property's confiscated. I also am working with the National Law Center on Homeless and Poverty, who's the group that filed the Martin decision. So when you talk about the Martin decision or the Boise decision, here is the message from the groups that are involved with that, directly from them. The Supreme Court hears about 1% of the petitions for review that receives each term. That's 1%. Therefore, the Martin decision is very much alive and well. While the city petitioned the Supreme Court to review the Martin decision, there's a tiny chance the Supreme Court will accept the case, and even if it does, there's a good chance the decision will be upheld. For now, the decision is law of the land, so don't ignore it. It is unlawful for cities to cite people for sleeping in public when there are more people experiencing homelessness than accessible indoor alternatives. So, let me explain what that means. You have Buena Parks opening a shelter, 150 beds? They have 150 homeless people in their city alone. So don't expect to start enforcing when Buena Park opens the shelter. We will be watching, we'll be in contact with the homeless. If you start citing, you'll be violating the Martin decision. Hear me, hear me, hear me. Also, as for Kramer, I place the homeless in Kramer. I work with Anaheim PD on a regular basis. Anaheim PD is constantly full. You cannot rely on Kramer. The shelters also, Mercy House is the worst, killing people. My friends dying there. Shelters are not the answer. Housing is the answer. Housing is the answer. Do not waste any more money on shelters. You're killing people in shelters. Do not violate people's rights. People have the right to have a home. These are my friends. We will be watching. They have best legal teams on the planet watching you.
Thank you.
Do not fight my friends.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, City Council members and Mr. Mayor, for making this issue of homelessness, putting it on tonight's agenda. My name is Allison Howell. I've lived in Fullerton for 11 years. I'm a wife and mother and a business owner here in town. I live and work downtown. And I've spoken to many of my friends and neighbors about this issue, and I'm here tonight speaking on behalf of specifically 10 families in my neighborhood, including my own. And I appreciate that you've decided that you've declared that homelessness to be a crisis in our state. I've definitely felt helpless to address this issue on my own, and I hope that together our community can do its part to prioritize solutions and funding to end homelessness. Tonight, I'm asking that you specifically explore existing resources and properties that can be used by a nonprofit to provide permanent supportive housing for our neighbors who are most vulnerable. And as someone who's tried to advocate for a neighbor who needed these resources, I know all too well how desperately our area needs even more of these. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Linda Lindgren. I'm here tonight on behalf of
the Orange County Congregation Community Organization, or OCO, where I'm co-president of the board. OCO's vision for Orange County is a community where all people live with dignity and thrive, and that includes our neighbors experiencing homelessness and housing insecurity. We're here tonight to support the request of the Tri-Parish Diocese Homeless Collaborative and ask that you declare a shelter crisis tonight. By any measure, whether it's the latest point-in-time count or the recent Cal Optima survey, unsheltered homelessness is increasing in Orange County. We also know that the UCI United Way OC study from them that it costs more to leave someone unsheltered than it does to house them. So it is critical that the city of Fullerton, and indeed every city in Orange County, do everything it can, and a small but important part of a compassionate response to homelessness is to declare a shelter crisis. We thank the city of Fullerton for their support on AB 143 and ask City Council to declare a shelter crisis tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jerry Green. I've been a Fullerton resident and a business owner since 1970. I'm also a photographer for the Fullerton Observer since 2008. In 2016, I created a homeless resource database. It's not a website, but resides in the cloud. It includes over 5,000 resources and is used by many of the Orange County law enforcement agencies, CityNet, plus numerous faith-based organizations and homeless support groups. Because so many veterans are in the homeless population, I added a section for the Red Cross services to armed forces to address the veterans' specific needs. The needs of the homeless are numerous and varied. Safe shelter locations, hot meals, showers, clothing, bulk food distribution centers, legal, medical, and mental health and substance abuse services, and ultimately permanent housing and job-seeking skills. There are numerous lists that are currently published and distributed, but most address a specific issue and are limited in scope. My program, being in the cloud, has unlimited capacity, and by organizing existing resources into a series of groups that match those needs, can concentrate on any specific area. Access to the resources is enhanced through a judicious use of embedded filters coupled with a powerful search engine, and from any smartphone or tablet or computer with internet capability. The power of my program is a different approach in how it addresses the problem. It does not duplicate what others are doing. It is a summary text and an organized series of hyperlink pointers to the vast range of agencies that provide these services and resources. A single click accesses these agencies, phone numbers, and websites is the true value. I'm a member of both the Fullerton Collaborative Task Force on Homelessness and the Buena Park Collaborative on supporting the homeless, the underserved. We want to thank you for placing homelessness on the agenda tonight and ask that you continue to seek property that nonprofits can use to create permanent supportive housing. I've provided additional printed information that further describes the capabilities of my program and hope that you might offer some suggestions that would make it more valuable in addressing our homeless problem in Fullerton. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mandy Yates. Thank you for your patience and listening to us. I'm the senior pastor at First Christian Church here in Fullerton, and I'm also the president of the Fullerton Interfaith Ministerial Association, which basically represents progressive Christians, Jewish faith communities, Muslim faith communities, and Sikh. And I just wanted to point out, because we haven't said it out loud yet, at least as far as I could tell, I've been listening pretty carefully, those of us in white shirts are from faith communities. But here's the interesting thing. We're not all the same. We're from Protestant and Catholic, liberal, conservative. We're from Jewish, Muslim, all different, Unitarian, Universalist, different faith communities. We rarely agree on anything. We can't agree on which day to worship. We can't agree on who to worship. We can't agree on who's allowed to lead worship. Am I right? Yeah, but we can agree that we want to wear white, and we agree that there is a crisis of homelessness in our city, and we agree that we want to be allies with you, right? And what that means, I hope, it's good news for you because most of us are relatively sane and rational people, and we just want to work with you to try to end homelessness in our lifetime. We refuse to throw up our hands and say the problem is too big for us. And so one of my favorite solutions that I've heard is permanent supportive housing because it doesn't cost you that much. It doesn't cost the taxpayers any more than we're already paying, but it allows us to free up some land to do some creative problem solving together. And I hope that you will look at us as partners in the months and years to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Well, my name is Jay Williams. I live, work, play, and pray in this city for the last 19 years. I'm currently the executive director of a Fullerton-based nonprofit called OC United, after having served as a pastor in the city for 16 years. And I just want to say, along with others, that I'm excited about the idea of the ad hoc committee. I think that will be a great place to get started. I'm also very pleased with the partnerships with the City of Buena Park and Placentia to build a shelter to house some of our most vulnerable in a shelter. However, while this is commendable, as we've all heard, it's woefully inadequate to meet the needs according to the most recent counts that we've all heard tonight. So my ask for you, council members and city staff, is twofold. First, let's get creative together and identify one or two properties like 1600 West Commonwealth and dedicate the use of these resources to help solve our housing crisis. And second, and we need you to help us identify who you want in those spaces. And then together, we will get behind it, we will work together, and we will come up with solutions that will help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Alicia McCormick, and I'm here representing Wilshire Avenue Community Church this evening, where I'm the director of our Access Ministries, which supports our special needs and foster adoptive families who often find themselves without the resources that they need. I want to first thank you for taking the time to listen to every single one of us tonight and allowing us a space to speak, and most importantly, for making homelessness a priority in tonight's council meeting. The work that has already been done with Placentia and Yorba Linda to build shelters is wonderful, and it shows me that you see the need that's in front of us already. As part of the faith community here in Fullerton, I want you to know that we want to partner with you in finding solutions to help end homelessness in our city. I invite you to think and act creatively with us in creating answers to permanency supportive housing. I want to work with our neighboring cities more, but I know that we have more work to do if we're to find a solution that equals the scale of the problem. We ask that there's movement on this issue by the September 17th council meeting, and know that we as a faith community are your friends and partners in this, and we look forward to working with you to serve every single member of our community. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dave Duran. I'm with Housing is a Human Right, Orange County, People's Homeless Task Force, Orange County, and various other groups, Indivisible, etc. I'm here today because I've got grandkids who have gone through elementary school and now in graduated from high school here in Fullerton, and of course family who lives here in Fullerton. And I'm obviously concerned for their future and the city of Fullerton. So I come here for an ask, and I come here to offer and share some experience. The ask is that the city really give serious consideration and really do the right thing and act on naming a crisis, a homeless crisis here, a shelter crisis here in the city of Fullerton. That being said, I want you to know that many of us in Housing as a Human Right Orange County and the People's Homeless Task Force Orange County have been working daily and evenings, 7 days a week, with the most vulnerable population throughout the county, here in Fullerton, Anaheim, and all the neighboring cities. And what we do on a daily basis is anything and everything from providing, sharing food, taking people to doctor's appointments, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Finding them places to stay, finding them safe places, trying to coordinate with other groups for safe parking. We just try and do it all. Trying to help and fill in the gaps that maybe service providers can't do. On top of that, we do monitor and document shelters. The conditions in the shelters, the conditions outside the shelters, how people get in the shelter, what gets them kicked out of a shelter, et cetera, et cetera. So what I'm offering is our years of experience to maybe help the city of Fullerton better understand how they could make a shelter successful here within the city. Not only so that it would be iconic for the city of Fullerton, but that it would serve the needs of the community. That being said, I did leave some business cards. If you so feel that comfortable enough to contact Housing as a Human Right, Orange County, I think many of us would be willing to go ahead and participate in ad hoc to maybe, again, share our experiences to help make Fullerton successful and the community a good place to live. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Barbara Johnson, a Fullerton resident since 1963, and it seems like a homeless advocate forever. And I'm here tonight because obviously I want to add my support to all those who have spoken up for the wonderful plans that have come before us, especially the petition that's been developed by the 3 Catholic parishes. And I want to add the support of my faith community, the Congregational Church of Fullerton, to that of all the rest of the folks you've heard tonight. Those who know me know that 45 years ago, the faith communities and the city of Fullerton worked together to establish a food distribution center meeting the needs and to establish a shelter for homeless families with children. And I'm so proud to think, all these years later, it's still serving the needs of the community. And I think what gives me great encouragement is that back then, 45 years ago, the city council worked together with the faith communities, and that's how it all got done. And I thought, even though I want to pass the torch and leave it to others, I just can't let it alone, and I want it to happen, and I'm hoping you will go ahead, and I'm counting on you, my city council, to go ahead and really adopt this ad hoc committee, to go ahead with a safe parking plan, to go ahead to bring about a better condition. I turn 90 next year, and I thought by next year, I still have hope. We're going to see it come to be. And I worked with Rusty Kennedy on coming up with some solutions after the Kelly Thomas disaster. And so I'm just hoping that we can bring those things to fruition. We don't want it to sit on the shelf and die. So thank you very much for hearing this out.
Thank you.
Hearing me. Thank you.
Barbara, don't leave. Barbara is probably the person who's been dealing with homeless issues longer than anybody else that I know in Fullerton. I moved here in 1970, and that was just about the time Fullerton Interfaith Emergency Shelter Services, FIS, which later became Pathways for Hope. And Barbara has always been a star in the firmament of dealing with homeless issues and people who are down on their luck, and for that, You deserve much gratitude from the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. But it was all of us working together. I can't stress that enough. We couldn't have done it without the city being a partner.
You remember Jim and Helen Bailey?
Yes.
From First Christian Church,
Yes.
who once a week would feed the homeless, and for several years, Bill and I were there. And that's when I first came to understand that there were families and children that were homeless, but they were, at that time, pretty much living sub rosa. You didn't see them. Today, you do see them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank
And
you.
we're still doing that feeding program.
Yeah.
We're still doing
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Mayor Silva, members of the council. I'm Dr. Jerome Hunter, Fullerton resident and a retired educator. I've served as chancellor of the North Orange County Community College District, distinguished lecturer at the College of Education at Cal State Fullerton, and a member of the Board of Trustees at Marshall B. Ketchum University. I'd like to just start by adding with what the folks before me have said and thanking you for the work you've already done and the action that you've already taken in identifying the crisis that exists in homelessness. Recently, I was a member of a dissertation committee where the focus of the study was homeless students in community colleges. Currently, I volunteer as a mentor with Project Rebound, a program for formerly incarcerated students at CSU Fullerton. One of the mentees in Project Rebound currently lives in his car. These experiences, along with others, have helped me to personally appreciate the impact that the housing crisis is having in higher education. I urge you to support the request to develop safe parking for the homeless in Fullerton. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. City Council Member Mayor Silva. I have come just to give my experience. I've been in Fullerton since 1969.
And your name is?
My name is Rosa Bravo Merritt. My parents moved from El Centro, California, here to Fullerton, and my family and I have been here ever since. What I wanted to explain is that I wanted to thank everybody for sharing. It takes a big community. It takes a lot of people to solve our homelessness. It's not just one particular solution. And why am I such an expert? I'm not, except for I was almost homeless at one time. And I'm not today. I have used some of the services that our city has provided. I think prevention is the best policy in anything. And that's something that we could help prevent to keep homelessness growing in our future. I also see that our city is trying to do things, and I appreciate that. And I do believe that it takes us reaching out to other sister cities, because it can't just be us. People are coming from all over the place, and you don't want to sink the boat. We do need to share with other cities that are trying to assist us, because it's not just our problem. It's a social problem. I also would like to explain that I know everybody's interested in finding a solution, but there is not one particular solution for one particular thing. It depends on the stages of homelessness. People that are taking 2 jobs. I did 2 jobs. My kids sometimes did. School, going to college, and working at the same time. We are in a good position today, but that didn't come overnight by itself. It was a lot of hard work and good work ethics of my father, and we got lucky, basically. Also, schizophrenia. I house someone that's schizophrenic, and I do it every single day and every single night. And am I afraid? I'm not, because it's my brother. And so nobody pays me. I appreciate the people that have taken the time to create resources and books, because I spend so much time trying to look for help, and it takes time out of your job time and things to people that are doing things like this. Boy, that's a resource. That's really a lot of time put into that. And so I'm just saying that I just want people to understand that there is not one solution. It's not easy, but there are ways that we can work together. And that's what I just wanted to say.
Thank you.
Mayor Silva, City Council members, thank you for your patience and attentiveness tonight. I know it's difficult for so many hours. I'm Rusty Kennedy. I'm a resident of Fullerton since 1952. Retired CEO of OC Human Relations. I worked with many of you. I've had the honor of serving the city of Fullerton as your representative on the Bridges at Kramer homeless shelter. Additionally, as Barbara mentioned earlier, when after Kelly Thomas was killed, the City Council appointed us to put together a task force and study at two of the main recommendations: permanent supportive housing and a multi-service homeless shelter, such as Bridges and such as a community of friends. Those things have been accomplished. That's 8 years. 8 years ago this week, I think, that Kelly died here, and that shelter, the permanent supportive housing just started, and the shelter recently opened as well. So I want to thank you for the actions you've taken with the spa, the Buena Park, and Placentia placements of the shelters. I think those are great steps too. And of course, Pathways and Women's Transitional Living Center and other ways in which we help people with shelter. But in spite of these efforts, we still need more. And every time we do something, we find great opposition. With me today, or I am with today, some of the great people from the Tri-Parish Council, FEMA, the Orange County Congregation Community Organization, and other homeless and housing advocates that made the difference in getting those projects, both of them, passed. Because we met opposition. We have a great site for a permanent supportive housing at 1501 Commonwealth in my neighborhood that got shot down because of political will. And what you're seeing here is political muscle that I encourage you to use. Tonight, please pass the crisis determination. I think safe parking is a really crucial thing we can do as a stopgap measure. I know it's difficult. I know people are going to complain, but I think there are ways to do it and make it better than others. And in the long run, I think we have to look at homeless shelters and permanent housing for very low-income individuals. Those are that whole continuum of housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Bill Taramina. I live in Anaheim, California, and I want to thank all of you for bearing the weight of all this on your shoulders, because it's going to get solved in this council chamber, and I'm very confident that within a year, Fullerton's issue will be taken care of. We did it in Anaheim, and you can do it in Fullerton. We have to do three things, though, to make that work. First, you got to break some rules. You got to step outside the box that says that we have limited funding and we're handcuffed by the law and the courts, because I know that to be not the case. We broke a lot of rules in Anaheim, and we made some things happen. And by the time they caught up with us, the problem was solved. Number two, you have to have proactive thinking of a management. This is a management issue. There's many issues of the heart. There's issues of finance, but this is a management issue. I can give you a lot of analogies, but this is about wrestling with something and breaking some rules. And finally, you have to change your financial priorities. And maybe this means we don't have a soccer field. Maybe we don't have an extra 5 police officers. But maybe we don't need them because we solved the homeless problem. We don't no longer pay overtime because we're using the money more effectively. We know this is the most important issue facing local authorities. Senator Chuck Schumer told me when I asked him, and I had him one-on-one for 30 minutes, and I said, at the end of the conversation, what is the national priority of homelessness? Because in Orange County, Anaheim, Fullerton, it is the most important thing. He looked at me and he said, on a scale of 1 to 10, I said, yes, Senator, scale of 1 to 10. He said, it's a 0. It's not even on our radar. So we're not going to get any help from the feds. We're not going to get much help from the county, as much as they claim all this money that's all buried in all these little silos that my friend Judge Carter has found and we all know about. The money's not going to come to us. We have to find it ourselves in our own budget. The reality is this. What you saw tonight or what you're seeing is frustration, which turns to fear, which turns to anger, which turns to revolt, and ends up in anarchy. That's the thing that I worry about the most as a stakeholder in Fullerton. That's anarchy in the streets. We saw what happened with Kelly Thomas. We can never let that happen again. The circumstances are regardless. It ended up very bad. We can't let that kind of thing happen. So I want to tell you that I pledge to you as a private citizen all my financial resources that I have at my disposal, no pun intended, and I will give you any, some of you got that. So I will do anything I can to help Fullerton, anything that you need. So we can find the money, we can make this happen, and I've already given Ken a few memos on this. So thank you for your attention, and God bless you for your service to our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that man belongs on our ad hoc committee.
Hi, my name is Kurt Johnston. I'd like to say that a facility would be nice that all the churches could use, a facility in common where they could work together to house homeless. And I feel
Can you get a little closer to the mic? Thank you.
Okay, sorry. I feel like the Hunt Branch former library facility would be a nice location that all the churches could use in West Fullerton as a sort of a resource center. And also, I feel like this area would make a great safe parking zone. So that's my idea, and that's it. So.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, City Council, Mayor. My name is Curtis Gamble. I'm an activist for the homeless and for the residents also. We've talked many times, and all I have to say basically is I told you so. We could have solved this problem a long time ago, but we didn't. But we still can take care of it today. That's a good thing, and that's why we all should work together. I like all the speeches that everyone got up here tonight and said, and so it's going to be kind of hard for me to follow that. So what I'm going to do is just give you guys some flyers. This one is a proposal that I put together showing you guys actually what we need in the community. Really what we want is to buy the Rancho La Paz mobile home park for like, $100 million. And I think that would kind of, take a look at that. I think that would kind of help us because in the Rancho La Paz mobile home park, they do have a big lot in the back, a big empty lot, huge, so to say. Okay, this other one, this is a email from the city of Anaheim saying that the Rancho La Paz mobile home park is in their SB2 zone where we're allowed to have emergency shelters. I'll give you this. Rancho La Paz mobile home, this is a map, an Anaheim map showing the Rancho La Paz mobile home exactly where it's located in the SB2 zone, which can be used as emergency shelters, permanent supportive housing, all the types of things that we need. So we should actually cater to them in any way we can. This is Rancho La Paz. This is a payment housing choice voucher. It says 2019 payment standards for housing choice vouchers. It starts from $1,400, goes up to $3,000 for a 3-bedroom. These are vouchers that they could use to help out. This is what I pass out to all the homeless people. This is a list of churches, organizations that help. I put Rancho La Paz on here also so that all the churches could come together and help them out also, and we could help each other out. This is what we use on a daily basis to feed the people. This is just a picture of the Rancho La Paz mobile home park. I think mostly what it's just stating is that it's just giving you an idea of what it looks like. And I'm going to pass this one on also. And we have one more. Oh, we have the Fullerton SB2 zone, which kind of runs near the La Paz mobile home. It's in the industrial area, basically. Sorry about that. This is just a memo, a letter from the city of Anaheim saying that this is a by right zone.
Thank
where
you.
We don't need any assistance to actually have it as a shelter. Thank you.
All right. All right, thank you very much. So at this point, we'll bring it back to council, and so we've got where did it go? 4 items here that are recommendations from staff, and at this point, first of all, thank you everyone for coming out and hanging in there and sharing your thoughts. And at least on my part, you can rest assured that I am listening. We are listening, and we're gonna make an effort to address it. Can we solve it? I don't know, but we will be going in a forward direction. And so at this time, is there any questions from council here? Mr. Zara?
Yes. First of all, thank you very much all for coming and sharing your thoughts. And I'll tell you this on a personal note. Since I got elected on this to this council, I think I've been extremely frustrated at how slow government works. While I was on that other side, I would always complain, why is it so slow? Well, now I know why. There are a lot of hoops and bureaucratic processes, and waiting for state to do things, and waiting for county, and then logistics and legal issues, and studying something to death sometimes to figure out what the ramifications are. So it has been an extremely frustrating thing. But know that this is a council that has been, I think, in recent times, one of the most responsive to the needs of the community when it comes to homelessness. We are all working on this. I commend our mayor for putting this on the agenda today. We all have been working behind the scenes in various issues. One of the concerns I've always had is the number of children that are living in poverty in our city. So the issue of homelessness is not just about getting beds for people who are currently on the street, but also preventing more people from becoming homeless. We have families living in their cars, living in motels, living in garages, doubling up with other people. This is a crisis of really mega proportion, and it's beyond what we see on the street. So I think that one of the things that I'd like to look at is, what is it within our power as a local entity to do? And with us today is and I commend staff for putting together such an amazing presentation and really well thought out and detailed. I'm very happy to support these items today. But I also would like to talk a little bit about, what options we have as far as land and as far as zoning is concerned, because ultimately what we need is a permanent solution, because shelters, declaring crises, all of this is just temporary. These are just Band-Aids. So we need to get people into homes and get them into with support services. I do believe that permanent supportive housing is a great solution. It has extremely high success rates, and I think that is where we need to be going. That is the direction where we need to be pushing. So in addition, if I may, I'd like to make a motion for staff recommendations. But in addition to that, I'd like to ask for bringing back to council land options that we have, whether it's surplus or other properties that we can identify, and discussing possibly putting RFPs out for projects that are permanent supportive housing in nature. In addition to that, looking at our zoning and creating studying a new overlay zone for housing options, so that when a project comes to us, we don't have to scramble through hoops and create all kinds of different waiting periods to get it through planning. So if we can do this in advance, then it kind of expedites all these projects that come. So I also would like to add to, as far as direction to whether to staff or to the ad hoc committee that could be created tonight, also looking at options for preventative programs. We know that 1 in 4 homeless women are due to domestic violence. We know that that we have 30 to 40% of homeless youth are LGBT. So these numbers are, if we go back and look at what the reason and the cause of homelessness for these folks, and start looking at programs that could prevent that, that is something that we need to also study. I also would like to emphasize the fact that housing and increased cost of housing is an important factor that contributes in this crisis. So we also need to start looking at expediting housing, and this is why I was one of the only one of 2 council members in Orange County that endorsed SB 50 that allows us to build more housing so we can actually stabilize our housing stock ultimately. So with that, I'd like to make my motion, but with including the study of the overlay zones for housing options, and including with that the study of our housing stock, or land stock, in order to put out some RFPs.
I think we're already in the process of updating that the overlay zones, right, Mr. White or Mr. Gilmer?
Yes, we are looking at creating a residential overlay zone using state funding for those types of goals to move that forward. We do need to do environmental work that included in reclassifying or rezoning properties such as that. So that is one of the of our stated goals to look at that too, as Councilmember Zara said, to kind of pre-plan and identify those sites in the city that would be appropriate.
Yeah, I think you mentioned that. Yeah, so that's coming forward. We just have to do all the work. And then as far as the surplus land, is that coming to us also soon?
It is coming back to us. I'll have to check with Ted. Do we have a date on that? Okay. We will put together that and expedite it. As Councilman Zara was saying earlier about the slow wheels of government, the overlay zone does require a full environmental process. We are utilizing some of the SB2 planning grants that were the first-year funds from that to fund that, just because we did not have the funding otherwise, so we had to wait around for those funds. So those are all programmed in this year. So we will bring back, a better estimate of when we can get that going and what type of time frame that is. So,
okay, Ms. Flory?
Yes, I would like to make a substitute motion to Councilmember Zara's taking the recommendations, and I'd like to split them up into the 4 parts of the recommendations, and there's a reason for that. So to begin with, my alternate motion would be to receive and file this report on homeless efforts being undertaken by the city and current and potential funding sources. So my motion is to approve recommendation number 1 for right now.
Okay.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. So is there any further discussion? Then
okay.
All right. I'd just like to vote on them one thing at a time and, build the bricks for the house, so to speak.
Yeah. All right. So there's
this is receive and file only on this, right?
Right. Yes. Yeah. Receive and file. So there's been a motion and a second. We'll need public comment.
No, you already had public comment.
Okay. Oh, that's right. Yeah. All right. Okay. Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. All opposed?
I'm going to have to say no because of the connections with some of the other items. So even though I like the concept of supporting it, I'll vote no on this.
All right, so the first recommendation goes 3-1.
All right. And then my second motion would be to consider the resolution declaring an emergency shelter crisis. Even though we have been advised by our attorney that a recent change, in fact, ongoing negotiations with what once was HEAP funds is now something else, but I don't see any harm in going ahead and declaring the shelter crisis. However, I would like to take a look at the resolution itself. Right in the middle of the page, let's see, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the sixth whereas is pretty clumsy, and the last whereas I don't understand at all. So the sixth one says, whereas the city of Fullerton finds that the number of homeless is significant and these persons are without the ability to obtain immediate shelter due to the construction of 2 forthcoming homeless navigation centers, homeless people are not unable to obtain immediate shelter because we're building 2 navigation centers. So I think that provision needs to be reworked. I don't think we need to even reference the 2 navigation centers, you know. And then the last whereas on that page, I just don't get it. The city of Fullerton affirms the declaration of shelter crises exists in order to be eligible for federal and state funding to lessen the incidence of homelessness. And I would end it right there. And that absent funding availability, the requirement to declare a shelter crisis is no longer necessitated. Well, sure, if there's no funding available, then there would be no requirement. But I don't think there's any harm at all in going ahead and declaring the shelter crisis. In meeting with Mr. and Mrs. Clements this past week, they pointed out to me the necessity for Fullerton taking a stand with respect to this. And even if we don't have funding for it now, that, you know, it's like build the baseball diamond and they will come, right? So,
and I think it also sends a message to the public that we're...
And that's the point that they made.
Yeah,
that's the point they made. So that's my motion is with the amendments I suggested. And do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, thank you.
Discussion?
Definitely discussion is needed in this case because if we're going to push to a vote on each of these items right away, law drafted in the heat of the moment is seldom wise and often causes collateral damage, sometimes unseen collateral damage. It was interesting because early on, I heard a lot of expressions from people who came up to speak in terms of their concerns, their compassion for the homeless, and a sense of a need for fairness as regards those individuals, those unfortunate individuals. As we progressed toward the end of the public comment, it started getting a little bit more threatening sounding, where there were statements of this is opposition, political muscle. It's time to break some rules, free up some land. This is disturbing on a number of fronts because there are people who aren't here tonight making a large political statement who do believe that there are some other important functions that we serve as a legislative body, and they aren't here to make their points because, again, the enthusiasts for this are here this evening. I have concerns taken in total, too, that furthermore, in an era of city council districts, a danger to good policy and fair, supportable actions is the use of crises to remove long-established protections for property owners in select areas of the city. Such actions will make a mockery of balanced, inclusive representation for all residents. I'm mentioning this because it seems that some of the possible sites here have already been selected, addresses even mentioned. as we talked about. It's interesting to me that most people who are very strong advocates for these facilities aren't interested in locating them in their own districts. It seems as though District 4 is being singled out. You know, the whole homeless situation, we've been wrestling with limitations imposed by lawsuits. It's created costs, expenditures that until now had been in the domain of state government and in its subdivisions, the counties. This is being shifted onto cities without funding, without streams of revenue, and we talked earlier today about the city's inability to provide pavement and to ensure that that other emergency functions are covered, that the infrastructure in the city is up to speed. So the shifting of this responsibility in large part on cities has been the fundamental unfairness of what we're looking at. We have city managers, we have city staff scraping all around to come up with what has been necessary so far to address this homeless problem. At a time when, has been mentioned, the county is sitting on large amounts of funding. The state government has 20 plus billion in surplus, at least according to their own estimates. And yet we're being squeezed. The city governments are being squeezed. And on May 17th of this year, Los Angeles Times had an article, quote, "California is spending millions of dollars to stem the tide of homelessness without much to show for it." The latest evidence of that arrived Thursday when several Bay Area cities and counties reported that their latest tallies of homeless people revealed big increases. This is at a time when we are throwing a lot of money and resources at this problem and getting the taxpayer connected to having to fund all this. Orange, San Bernardino, and Riverside counties all recorded percent increases in homelessness in the double digits for 2019. Not very smoothly written, but again, the point is that at a time when there are more beds being created and more homeless shelters, that the problem is still magnifying itself. It's getting larger. The problem with a yes vote on this that we're looking at tonight to declare a crisis is that it includes the support for AB 143, which would create exemptions from CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act. It suspends local control provisions, something that the council has always wanted to maintain at least some authority over land use. It requires construction of homeless shelters, but all those to include a plan to require a plan to transition to permanent housing. Again, fairly open-ended in terms of who's going to shoulder the costs of that. During the shelter crisis...
No, not right now, please. Please, not right now. Hold on, Mr. Clements. Thank you.
During the shelter crisis, planning and zoning, safety standards, procedures, or laws shall be suspended for homeless shelters. This is part of it. During the shelter crisis, the local and state law requirements for homeless shelters to be consistent with the local land use plans, including the general plan, shall be suspended. So, once again, you have council moving in a crisis to just merely wipe away the protections that property owners, that business owners rely upon, and that generally others in the city have a right to expect that sort of treatment for them. So, the way this interconnects, I have great concerns about the fact that that many people's rights are not being respected, that their ability to come and state their case in terms of planned developments in their own neighborhoods. We've already had an expansion. We have, by right, areas within the city where homeless shelters may be constructed already. We've had some variation, some compromise on this. But this is a step going far beyond that. and it renders it quite unsupportable from my standpoint. And one more point, again, back to the district situation. It is fundamentally undemocratic and very unfair to have a single district in the city shoulder much more in terms of what these requirements are going to be. And I would say we need to look back at history and respect processes that have been long established, and the idea of just erasing them, Mr. Mayor, is...
Mr. Clements, will you please...
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the option of merely erasing them in the heat of the moment is ill-advised. So it's something that I absolutely must oppose, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Whitaker. Well, I guess we would disagree on this one. It seems to me like we want to wait and wait and wait, and the waiting part, which I think this past councils have taken to big issues, has put us in a bind with the water main pipes breaking the road. We wouldn't. There was never any support to address an issue ahead of time or during the middle of the crisis. We put things off, the major things, and I don't want to put this off anymore. This item number 2 just says we're going to declare a crisis. We're going to see what happens, and I don't see mention of that bill you were mentioning in the resolution. So I'm not sure where that came from, but regardless of that, this is the time where I think we need to take a step, send a message, and let people know that we're willing to take action. We're willing to listen to everyone. And the people that you mentioned that are not here to express, this was on the agenda. They've got to show up and be here. I don't know who you were referring to that, but if you knew, I would have thought you would have invited them over to come and discuss this. But anyway, with that said, there's been a motion and a second.
Yeah.
Any other comments?
Mr. Mayor, yes. I also wonder, are we only just going to oppose things without offering any alternatives? If permanent supportive housing is the solution as an alternative to this, then why haven't past councils, of which Mr. Whitaker, I believe you were on for 8 years, why haven't any action been taken?
Councils have had neither the responsibility nor the funding ability to deal with social problem issues, and that's why this now is being pressed upon cities.
This is a human crisis in our city. And so we do need to take action, and these are the tools that we have in front of us to take these actions with.
Okay, I think I might have a solution that could assuage Councilmember Whitaker's concerns.
Should we let him finish first?
Yeah.
Mr.
Oh,
Lara?
I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
No, I think we need to move forward with this. I'm done waiting. I've watched this council for the past 8 years do nothing, and we are now on this council, and we will do something.
Okay, Ms. Flory?
I was just conferring with the city manager, and I'd like our city attorney to weigh in on this as well. Due to the fact that the HEAP funding program is in a state of flux right now and has not been signed by the governor, I'm going to amend my own motion to delete the recital number 2 and number 3 in toto. And those are the two whereases that refer to the HEAP program in particular, and to Assembly Bill 74. And the third one discusses 2018-19 budget year allocation of HEAP, which is no longer relevant. So I would eliminate that in its entirety. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, the sixth whereas would read simply this: whereas the city of Fullerton finds that the number of homeless is significant and these persons are without the ability to obtain immediate shelter, period. And then we go down to the last one, the last whereas, because the other two are simply reciting current facts. The last one would read, whereas the city of Fullerton affirms the declaration of shelter crises exists in order to be eligible for federal and state funding to lessen the incidence of homelessness, period. and then the last whereas, eliminate that entirely. I think the object is for the city of Fullerton to make a stand that there is a shelter crisis. And if we do that, I think it will eliminate Councilmember Whitaker's concerns about certain protections being lost because we're not going to be referring to the elimination of local oversight, so to speak.
Councilmember Flory, I want to ask our city attorney, do recitals really matter in this? Because ultimately it is the declaration.
Well, ultimately, the recitals are simply your justification for the ultimate action you're going to take.
Right. So do you think that it would be sufficient to declare a shelter crisis if we eliminate those as indicated?
You asking me?
Yes.
Well, I have no problem with that. No.
Okay.
And
you could do so.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, just the reason they were in there is because when this was written, at the time it was thought that the shelter crisis was required for the HEAP funding. Now we know that HEAP funding is not even called HEAP funding anymore.
Right.
And so if that is the council's direction in which they want to go, also in the now therefore it be resolved, I would just put a period after City of Fullerton because we don't have to say and authorizes the city's participation in the Homeless Emergency Aid Program.
Right.
And basically, again, as the city attorney said, it's just the whereases which are stating your
It's
purposes.
the rationale for the resolution itself.
That's correct.
And so if at the end of the day what we're saying is that there is a shelter crisis, I think that fairly states what the situation is. And then I have some remarks after we take the vote on that. So that's my motion as amended. And if I have a second.
Well, second, and Mr. Witter, you were going to comment after her?
Oh, if the crisis, declaring a crisis was merely to obtain funding, then I might at least back away from some of the opposition here. But the fact that we would declare a crisis is what opens up so much interpretation by the state, by other agencies, to force our hands as resolves. I mean, tonight we heard free up some land and basically impose upon certain neighborhoods our will to get something done, as I keep hearing said. So that gets away from our normal processes, allowing people due process to be able to come in and speak against land use
and I
issues.
agree with you. I think
Right.
that is very premature at this point, and that would be the purpose of the ad hoc task force.
But agreed. So all that really needs to be approved tonight, in my opinion, would be item 1 and item 4. To deal with the two in the middle is what's generating the problem right now, because at what point are you already in completely
I think
without having a chance to have a ad hoc homeless task force study the problem and bring back recommendations? That's why I think in the urgency to pass this, we're looking beyond what this really represents.
And you know what this is making me think of? Many of you suggested that you were willing to serve as allies for the council here in addressing the issue of homelessness. And that is what has been missing heretofore. And it calls to mind in 2013 when the County of Orange was going to contribute $9 million to the construction of a shelter. It wasn't a shelter, it was transitional housing with support services, 200 beds. And I think, as memory serves me right, it was the 900 block of State College Boulevard. Had we approved that, then that would have been in operation now for several years. One council person blinked, and that project went down the drain. That project would have had 200 beds in our city right now, and operational costs shared between the city and the County of Orange. Then we had, one of the speakers mentioned 1501 Commonwealth, another one where one of the council members blinked and that project bit the dust. Then we had 1600 West Commonwealth, killed in the womb, so to speak, never got off the ground. It's still the perfect place for the kind of housing that many of you are supporting here. One thing I do want to address is that many of you appeared to be faulting the city for not having our own navigation center as Placentia and Buena Park have. Our general fund does not have the funds to support the operation of a facility, even if we could afford to patch the money together to build such a navigation center. But through our participation with the North Spa, the County of Orange was given approximately $15.5 million, and the North Spa, which is this consortium of what is now 10 cities, got the lion's share of it, got $12.1 million, and that $12.1 million is what has permitted Buena Park to build their facility, which is scheduled to open, I think, in December this year, and Placentia as well. 250 beds plus access to additional beds in the city of Anaheim. So we have to begin somewhere. This isn't going to be born like Athena out of the forehead of Zeus, fully formed. It ain't going to happen. But we need your help when these issues come before the city council, because up to this point, you've been MIA, except for Barbara Johnson.
All right, so there was a motion and a second?
Yes.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
All right, so that's item 2, passes 3 to 1. And Ms. Flory, are you going to continue?
And then I would move recommendation number 4, and I would fold the safe parking pilot program into that, because that is something that I believe the ad hoc homelessness task force should be considering. That is going to be very, very hot.
Mr. Zara?
Mr. Manager, do you think that you have enough information to go by and start the process of the parking program without having to wait for an ad hoc to study it for all this time?
We can bring something back. We have been looking at that, as Rebecca stated. She has gone to an all-day training on it. So if it's the council direction, then to expedite it, it would be great to put out an RFP to solicit proposals to get some information. Again, one of the issues with us is finding the land or the parking stalls is probably the easiest thing. It's the operational cost, because it's going to require somebody to be there overnight, to have security, to have a management plan, and all that stuff. So that's going to be the difficult cost. But if the council gives us direction tonight, then understanding that the HEAP, or the new HEAP, version 2.0, has been changed, we can start beating the bushes for any and all money to hopefully support those operations or anything. So it's council direction. We will.
All right, then I will amend my motion to move the recommendations, recommendation number 3 and number 4 as separate entities.
Yes,
I
would second that.
Okay.
Yeah, and then just on that note, like I said, I have been working with the vendor that was going to run that safe parking. So we're in the process of that. If they agreed to it, we may be able to expedite this. So.
Okay.
All right, so there's been a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
No.
All right, so 3 and 4 pass, 3 to 1 as well. And that is it for item 4. And I would ask that we take a 5-minute break before we continue. That was item 3. I'm sorry. Item 3, I would take a 5-minute break before we continue with item 4. Thank you. Reconvene. We need to reconvene, please. I know. Yes. All right. We'll continue our meeting. Reconvene. All right, Councilmember Flory. You can stand behind your chair. That's fine. All right. Item 4, contract jail staffing services. Chief Dunn.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Bob Dunn, Chief of Police. Tonight before you is a contract or a proposal to outsource our jail management to a company called G4S Secure Solutions. When I came to the city of Fullerton in January of 2018, the then chief asked me to study the jail operation and find some efficiencies for how we could better staff that facility. And so I did. It is woefully understaffed in its current form, so proposals were done, and you're going to see the fruits of that here. So we've operated a jail facility at the Fullerton Police Department since the building was built, actually, but since 1941 we've had a Type 1 facility. Type 1 means that we can house detainees in our facility for up to 96 hours. We can house detention for those detained under court orders, and then we can also have a pay-to-stay program where people can come into our facility and stay for a prescribed period of time and then finish their sentence that they've got from the county. We're a very busy facility. We arrest about 7,000 people a year as our annual bookings. And we're also one of 3 agencies in the state of California that are allowed to teach the DRE program, the Drug Recognition Expert Program, which means that during the classes we host field certification days where our jail population skyrockets because we're hosting agencies from around the state here to evaluate people who are under the influence of narcotics. So it's a very busy facility. Our current staffing is we're budgeted for 5 jailers. We're actually down 1 who left to move to another state, so we have 4 jailers. Matron duties, the duties needed for female processing, are currently handled by our records clerks. And then when we have someone calling sick or to cover the vacancy that we currently have, it's filled by jail-trained officers and sergeants, so that rate of pay is way higher than our jailers. And those are generally laterals who have been worked in the county jails before, who have already had that training. In January of this year, we were alerted by BSCC, which is the oversight board for the state, Bureau of State Community Corrections, that the way that we staff our jail, with the matrons coming in the facility when we have female arrestees until they're housed, is no longer going to support the Type 1 facility status. They want female staff inside the jail whenever we have female prisoners. So we did not have the staff to maintain the Type 1 facility, so we had to go down to a temporary detention facility, which means the maximum time we can house one of our inmates is 24 hours. That can be problematic for a couple reasons, mostly because if we do arrest, let's say, somebody for burglary on a Friday and court is going to be for them on Tuesday, generally our detectives will meet with them in our jail facility and talk to them on a Monday. The way we're doing it now, if that were to happen, they have to go to the county jail facility to go interview those inmates to get their statement to file the case. So it creates a logistical concern for us to drive to Santa Ana every time we have to interview somebody. What we looked at was we could maintain our current service levels and current staff, which would require us to hire 3 more people, likely females, to accommodate the Type 1 status facility requirements by BSCC. And then, again, anytime someone called in sick, we would have to fill it with overtime. We also explored, and these options were explored about within the 5 years prior to my arrival here and had never been kind of taken across the finish line. We explored booking our bodies at other jails. That would require that 7,000 times for our officers to drive to alternate cities like Anaheim or Buena Park and book our bodies there. It takes our officers out of the city. There's drive time. If they get rejected for medical reasons, then we're driving to hospitals in other cities. So logistically and cost-wise, it was prohibitive.
When you say book your bodies, you're talking about your arrestees?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So in July of last year, we put out a request for proposal for anyone to come and run our jail facility. This is pretty common practice locally here. There's other cities that do that: La Habra, Costa Mesa, Buena Park, Westminster, Irvine, Beverly Hills. They all contract out their facilities, and we actually got no response initially. So we hand-mailed them to 3 different companies, and G4S did respond. They hadn't seen the posting in the time that it was up. They provided us a pretty comprehensive look that does save us money and provides more additional staff, and it would take us back up to the Type 1 facility, and it is supported by our current budget. So it's the proposal is a 3-year contract with 2 additional 1-year extensions. We have the right to terminate it within 15 days. They can do it in 60 days. It does provide us 1 jail supervisor. Currently, the jail supervisor position is filled ancillarily by a patrol sergeant. So there are times when the sergeant isn't working. This person would be available for the facility 24/7. It also provides 1 lead custody officer and then 5 other custody officers, and will provide the requisite female staffing to maintain our Type 1 status.
Does that mean that, how often are you arresting and jailing female?
Quite frequently.
So you need a female on base 24 hours a day?
So currently, according to BSCC standards to maintain a Type 1 facility, we do. So, for example, let's say there's a large fight downtown on a Friday night, and we arrest 7 people, and 2 of them are females. We'd have to bring in 2 records matrons so they stop doing their records function. They walk into our jail, they're present, and conduct the actual search of the female prisoner.
You'd have to have 1 for each female?
That's correct.
So if there were 4 females in the fight, you'd have to have 4 women?
We would have to do 2 people at a time. If we, based on our staffing, we would sit them outside on the bench and only process them when we had the staff to do it.
I don't get that much attention at home.
So the costs year over year are listed below. It starts at $545,000 and goes up to $590,000. That incremental increase is about, in my math, average to our incremental increase in our jail staff, our jail budget year over year. We have discussed this with both the POA and the FMEF. The process would be our 4 jailers would be technically laid off from their position as jailers, and they would be put into alternate positions within the police department at the Y rating, so keep their pay, or offered severance benefits by their choosing. The matron pay, which is $40 a paycheck, is that right? Per pay period, would actually be rolled into the records employee salary, so they wouldn't lose anything. They would actually keep the $40 a paycheck. That's done because we are pretty low in pay in that area. The last couple times we've done recruitments, it's resulted in very lengthy, repetitive recruitments because of the low pay. And then we will be coming to you, I believe, next meeting with some job classifications that would apply to these individuals that are displaced from this facility that would better serve our patrol area that the HR director and I wrote for these individuals.
So, Chief, if I just want to understand the 4 jailers that we currently have, they are going to be moved to different positions, and if I understand, they may be even better positions for them.
I will tell you, in my conversation with them, they're excited about an opportunity to not sit in the jail by themselves for 12 and a half hours and have an opportunity. One of the next meeting before you will be a job class that, for all intents and purposes, is like a police officer without the police powers. So they'll be trained in accident investigation and crime scene investigation. So these 3 of the 4 of them will be in the field to handle calls for service, latent calls for service, take traffic collision reports, process crime scenes, and free up our officers that we're already short on to handle other in-progress calls. And then the 4th one will actually likely be assigned to our front counter as a CSO, freeing up a current CSO that we promised to the new downtown program to do permitting for the downtown.
Okay. Was there in any of them will be a community service officer or community?
One will be a community service officer.
That would be. Is that similar to a liaison officer, or
No, we're actually and I know where you're driving at with that. We're actually looking to rewrite the community liaison officer job class. I don't know if you've read it, but it's quite antiquated. I would say probably from the 60s, and it needs to be updated. We're in the process of looking for a facility dog program that would be a community outreach tool that we want to assign to that area and increase the CLOs by one. So we're working through that now. But I want to adjust the job class first before I move anybody else into it because it's very specific.
Right.
And it needs to be a little bit more broad to accommodate kind of the a vast range of cultures we have in our city now, not just one.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Mm-hmm. So the recommendations before you are to authorize the city manager to take care of the contract with G4S, and then we need procedurally to add the jailer job class to the severance program. And the last one is revising and adopting Appendix A of Resolution 2015-52 for the FMEF. And Gretchen probably knows a little bit more about that than I do.
All right. Any questions from council? Yeah, all right. Then we'll open up the public comments. Anyone? We'll see no public comments. We'll bring it back to council. Council comments? All right. All right. Well,
I was just going to say it's a little painful for the chief to say something that something from the 60s is quite antiquated. that you receive that with a certain amount of pain.
Yeah. All right. Well,
I do appreciate the agenda item here. The details contained within, I think it was very well researched, and certainly there were no objections from my standpoint. It makes perfect sense that as conditions change and we have to try to maintain our equilibrium, that I think you've chosen the right course. And this recommendation, I guess they were the only one that responded to our RFP, but they're a huge multinational concern. And their record has actually been pretty good considering all the various businesses that they're involved in.
Yes, sir. And it gives us a wide breadth of people to pick from. If someone were to call in sick, we could pull regionally, and it doesn't affect our staff.
I think it's a very good choice.
all right. All right. So I'll move the item. Is there a second? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any noes? None? All right. Passes 4-0. Thank you. Item 5. First review of a proposed amended and restated memorandum of agreement. Miss Gretchen Beatty.
I'm
there
over
you are.
here,
You already moved.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. This evening, the item before you is a first consideration of a tentative amended and restated agreement with our Firefighters Association. The Firefighters Association, as you're aware, is the group that represents individuals, employees in the classifications of fire captain, fire engineer, firefighter, and then a variety of fire prevention classifications. We actually are in the middle of a 4-year term with this unit. The agreement that was adopted in March of 2018 extends to the fiscal year 2021, and I've included at the bottom of this slide some information about what the cost savings were that were generated when we entered into this agreement. If you'll recall, the agreement includes some down staffing. We went from a minimum staffing of 72 sworn to from 75 to 72, and some redeployment of the resources among the stations and the apparatus. So those changes came with some fairly significant projected savings throughout the term of the agreement. What we're talking about tonight is doesn't want to move down.
I was impressed you did a PowerPoint in 3 slides.
I did my best to do just 3, yes.
You did.
We'll do it this way. What we're talking about tonight is one change to the agreement that was negotiated as a result of a reopener in the 4-year agreement. That reopener was on a element of pay called career enhancement pay. Career enhancement pay was a hybrid of some education requirements and some longevity. There were a number of problems associated with the pay. Most importantly, perhaps, was the administrative burden on the department in trying to keep keep up with the various, making sure that the opportunities to fulfill the training requirements were provided to the members so that they would continue their eligibility for the pay. What we have done with the reopener is negotiated a change to convert career enhancement pay to longevity pay. The increased cost related to this change is a $4,088 as projected. That's not reversing the $500,000 we talked about on the last slide. It reduces that I think it was $580,000 by $4,000. So we still have a significant savings that comes along with this contract. And the other changes reflected in the red line copy of the amended and restated agreement in your agenda package are just those updates that are needed to reflect that the agreement that was originally approved in 2018, we're now entering the fiscal year 1920, and so some things have changed based on those provisions that were already in effect. So with that, I would recommend that the City Council do the first review of the proposed amended and restated memorandum of agreement with the Fullerton Firefighters Association and direct staff to schedule it for final consideration at your next meeting. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from council? Seeing none. Public comments? Seeing none, we'll bring it back.
I'll move the recommendation.
I'll second it. Any discussion? Other discussion? No? All right. Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? None. Passes 4-0. And we're done. No, we're not.
Consent.
We have to have item 2 from the consent calendar. Yes. Mr. Whitaker?
I only pulled to record a no vote for myself on this item. No need to discuss it unless a member of the public chooses to, I guess.
All right. And I made myself a note to bring that up, and I almost forgot again. All right. So it's been addressed. Motion to move item consent item number 2. Do we need public comment? No.
It was on the consent calendar.
Yeah. It was. All right. A motion. You moved it. I'll second it.
All right.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
No.
All right, 3-1. Are we done now? All right. We are adjourned. We'll see you guys in a couple of weeks. And you three out there, thank you for hanging out till 11:08.
I was just making a point of it.
Education so that I could work and he could be the caretaker for his dad. When we first brought Joe home from the hospital and he was in the wheelchair, the reality was set in that can't get him upstairs to our bedroom. So the conversion of my office downstairs in a single little twin bed, not the optimum. The biggest challenge we've faced, seriously, is getting him in and out of the bathroom. We've had to modify the door. We've had to modify his wheelchair so that he can get into the door. So that has only been the last couple of months. So for the first year, everything was done portably. Showering, still to this day can't get him into the shower. So we have a shower chair outside. Fortunately, we live in a beautiful area that it's been warm, unseasonably warm. We shower him with 2 gallons of water and a bucket, and he's outdoors, and it's like you're camping. As a family, I would say the most difficult part of all of this has been the reality that it happens. Educate yourself. Don't be in the dark, because it can happen to you. And it will affect your entire family, not just the survivor. And fortunately, we'll be a survivor and not a statistic.